America, baseball is still king, and there's unbridled excitement surrounding the tribe. And why not? The Indians own the best record in the American League, with a power-packed lineup that leads the majors in homers and batting average. The once powerful White Sox open up the season defenseless. Their once proud pitching staff open up the season indifferent. But big troubles? No, the big hurt. This is a 4-game series where the Pale Hose can make some tracks back towards the tribe. Memorial Day Baseball on ESPN. Next. Hello, everybody, and happy Memorial Day to you. Welcome to Jacobs Field for a sellout crowd to watch the Cleveland Indians and the Chicago White Sox, the two so-called contenders in the American League Central. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Berman, and happy Memorial Day to those of you out there. And we know this is a very special Memorial Day for veterans that served in World War II. 50 years ago, the war ended, and for all of you out there and those that served in other wars, Korea, Vietnam, you don't really need me to read the list. Thank you for allowing us to be in your homes. I'm part of a very, very special day for you. You made it special for us. Well, let me bring in a veteran left-hander, Jim Rooker, here to Cleveland. We've given the superlatives, the best record in the American League. Their batting average is over 300. The home runs lead everybody. Did you get the feeling that the Indians have only just begun, Rook?
Well, you're right, Chris, and I believe it starts with pitching. That's what they've improved on. The addition of Oral Hershiser, a couple of others, and what it really does, it saves their bullpen. Last year, Mike Hargrove had to overextend some of those guys down there, and it really showed up. So you improve your starting pitching, you improve your bullpen.
Well, the Cleveland Indians certainly have improved a little on last year, but the Chicago White Sox, it's a different story. Last year, these were the 1 and 2 teams. When the season ended abruptly in August, the White Sox were declared the champs of the AL Central by 1 game over the Indians. So this year, the Tribe playing at 667, 18 and 9. The White Sox are 5 below 500, 7 out. Now, actually, their record is better than the way they play. But, Rook, I know it's only Memorial Day and it's a 4-game series. It's in May, but they have to be careful in here, don't they?
Well, they do. It's a very important series for Chicago, more important than it is for the Indians. Chicago lost some guys on that ball club last year that they just haven't been able to fill the holes. The good news for Gene Lamont is he does have time to turn it around, and this 4-game series would be the start for him.
The start for him would be for their outstanding core of starting pitchers, like the young man we're going to see this afternoon, Wilson Alvarez, to get going with consistency. Consistent? Well, Dennis Martinez has been that. He's 4-0 for the Tribe. Alvarez and Martinez, Memorial Day at Jacobs Field.
ESPN's Memorial Day Baseball.
Welcome back once again to Major League Baseball on ESPN here on Memorial Day. I'm John Saunders. We'll keep you updated on all the games throughout the day. We'll get you out to Cleveland in just a moment. But first, here's a look at the lineup in the American League. As you can see, Minnesota at Milwaukee, Boston at Oakland, Detroit and Toronto, New York and Seattle, Texas, Kansas City, Baltimore and California. In the National League, the Mets are hosting San Diego, Colorado, St. Louis, Atlanta, and the Cubs, Houston and Florida, San Francisco and Montreal, and the Dodgers and the Phillies. We'll keep you updated right now. Out to Chris Berman and Jim Rooker.
My goodness, John Saunders on a holiday. Happy Memorial Day to you, John, eh? El Presidente, Dennis Martinez and the Indians, the crowd, and we expect a sellout crowd here this afternoon. Gene Lamont's Chicago White Sox. What kind of lineup will we try and muster to bring down Martinez, which no one has done thus far this year? Well, here's the batting order for the White Sox. Major Lance Johnson leads off in center field. Tim Raines batting second at left field. Frank Thomas, the big hurt, back-to-back MVPs, is at first base. John, I am not a crook. Been with the White Sox for a week, already has him laughing. He's the DH. Robin Ventura Highway hitting 5th at third base. Mike Devereaux having a big year since coming over from Baltimore and right. Ray Durham, the young second baseman, the rookie, hitting 7th. Ron Miami Karkovice is the catcher. And Ozzie Guillen, always smiling at short, he is 9th. Dennis Martinez, the starter today, who's 4-0, 223 wins lifetime, Rook, and he's looking as good as he ever has, even though he turned 40 on May 14th.
Well, that's what's amazing to me, Chris. Dennis Martinez, you know, you talk about a fella's age, they might lose something on their fastball or curveball. I don't think Martinez has. Everything on the breaking pitch seems to be as crisp as ever, and still nice zip and movement on his fastball.
Well, we will see what kind of movement he has. And behind the plate, with Alomar probably not back due to injury till late June or early July. But that won't matter as he starts off Lance Johnson with the ball. Tony Pena has become the personal caddy for Dennis Martinez, and since they hooked up on a regular basis midway through last season, Martinez is 9-2 with Phenia behind the plate. Eddie Murray fields it, and there is one out. You saw Murray make a good play at first, which he has been known to do over his 19-year career. The Indians have some very good defensive players.
Yes, you know, you build a team strong up the middle. Tony Phenia, you mentioned, filling in for Alomar. Good shortstop, the Gold Glove, Vizquel at short. Kenny Lofton can cover a lot of ground in center field. And Vizquel, working with Baerga, as good as Baerga is, Vizquel makes him even better.
Well, the Indians, some of the other names that you saw, we'll be seeing throughout the day. Tomey playing better defense at third. Lofton, of course, not 100% right now in center field as Tim Raines shows a bunt but pulls it back. Martinez in there for a strike. Timmy Raines has been odd. It was 6 home runs for him in 4.5 weeks of the season. His power numbers have come up, but actually his stolen base numbers, which he's better known for, have come down, at least for him, over the last few years.
Now, lately, I think he's one of those fellows now that he will pick his spots when he decides to run.
Martinez misses inside. It's 1-1. Tony Phenia told me before the game, when we watched it, that I said, well, give me his succession of pitches here. He's for everything for a strike. You never know. I said, well, you know. He said, yeah, yes, I know. 5 or 6 different pitches for strikes, and we'll see what sort of assortment he shows us today. Drag bunt's a good one. Going to be a tough play for Baerga. Forget it. So Timmy Raines showed it on the first pitch, and then he just delivered a perfect bunt.
Well, who says bunting is a lost art? The people that can bunt usually do, and Tim Raines, this is back to the old days. You don't see too many drag bunts these days, but perfectly executed. And you notice when Raines started to move out of the box, Chris, he didn't hurry. He took his time because all he needs to do is get that ball by the pitcher, and at that point he can walk to first.
So with 1 out and a man aboard, and there is Tim Raines. Remember, we are looking at a potential American League record. The next stolen base will break the mark held in the American League of 32 by Willie Wilson. And one of my favorite nicknames as I go back into the archives, Julio, won't you let me take you on a sea cruise? Of course, you got a way to go to get Vince Coleman at 50. But he and Brady Anderson each at 32 consecutive bases, and obviously that goes way back to last year. And speaking of going way back, here's a guy that can certainly do that. Frank Thomas, back-to-back MVPs. Slugging percentage this year already over 600. And the most amazing thing about Thomas, and we say this every time we watch him, Jim, is 2-0, and Dennis will be very careful. For all the power he has, the guy is a .326 lifetime hitter. That's the scariest.
Amazing knowledge of the strike zone. That's what helps Frank Thomas. When he doesn't get over anxious, he waits and makes the pitcher come to him. Whether Martinez does that or not, we'll have to wait and see.
Dennis way outside, and the count is 3-0.
Now, you watch Martinez. He will look at the umpire on occasion. He thought that was a strike, and it wasn't a bad pitch, Chris. But Frank Thomas, known for his perusal, if you will, of the strike zone, he will get more calls than perhaps a pitcher out there that is pretty much in control.
I can't imagine Dennis would put this one over the heart of the plate, 3-0.
No.
He did not, but that time he flunked the black of the plate on the outside, and it's 3-1.
Well, that's what makes Martinez so good. He will slice up that strike zone as well as anybody. And something to keep in mind that's already happening, I believe, in the game. Everybody talks about people hitting behind Frank Thomas. The guy hitting in front of him is very important as well. Raines gets on, you almost have to pitch to this guy, because if you pitch around him, now you're facing somebody up there with some bat potential that you have 2 possible runs on base. So, you know, sometimes that's overlooked. As important for Frank Thomas to do well is the guy in front of him to do well.
And as we'll get to, the guy behind him to do well, which has been one of the problems of the White Sox. But they don't have a problem when Thomas is up. It's not as if he's slumped this year, folks, is why the White Sox are 500. You saw his numbers. It was really his 6th, you know, he came up and only played 60 games in 1990, so he's still learning.
That's scary. And also scary is watching him take batting practice.
way outside. Did you see the last ball he hit in batting practice?
Yeah.
The whole crowd oohed and ahed. It went to left center field about 25 rows up in the bleachers. Well, as Frank Thomas will do often, he has drawn a base on balls. 644 games going into the season. He'd walked 525 times.
And that was just his 34th. And here's, again, I think an interesting situation because Dennis Martinez has only walked 7. He's one of those pitchers starting early in the season that has been in total control. So he doesn't really want to walk Thomas, but he doesn't want to give in to him either.
Well, here is what they, first of all, one of the most enjoyable people in the game. Second of all, I'm growing my hair to pattern it after him this summer. Third of all, Kruk is a born hitter, not really a power hitter. And he himself, in talking to him for quite a while at the cage, of course, I just listened and laughed, says he's a long way from being really ready. Came to this team last Wednesday when they played the 7-hour and 39-minute doubleheader, which set a record for regular length 2 9-inning game doubleheader, and he said he was ready by the end of the game. It's as if he had a whole month to get ready in that afternoon at Comiskey. Not your classic baseball physique.
And he's really in the right spot in terms of being in the American League. New blood, if you will, new players, parks, cities, and that sort of thing. But he just, I don't think he can play defense anymore, Chris, and this is probably the best thing for him coming to a team like this.
0-2 pitch for Martinez, and Kruk reaches out and skies it to right center field. Manny Ramirez is over, and certainly not deep enough for even Raines to make a move on. So Martinez worked Kruk very well, got ahead of him 0-2, and then had him reach out and hit a lazy fly ball. So there is now 2 out with 2 on for Robin Ventura.
Well, you notice how off balance Kruk was with that swing, and Dennis Martinez, again, he is so good at keeping hitters off balance with the variety of pitches. And when he gets to face a right-hander in a ball game, you'll see different angles as well. More over the top to the left-handers, but on some occasions against right-handed hitters, he'll drop down a little bit.
So this is Robin Ventura hitting at .273 with 4 home runs. Ventura began the game, and we were talking again the season with that horrible series. He especially with what 6 errors first 10 games. I mean, you guys won a Gold Glove, and I said, was that you? It was someone else. It wasn't me at Phenia. He's always been a good hitter. His 58-game hitting streak with Oklahoma State College would clue you in on it. You really have a team here, and I'm looking at Ventura and Frank Thomas on the base pass, and of course Raines is much older but came over a few years ago. And in the pitchers, except for McDowell, the guys that stayed, the Fernandezes, Alvarez, this is a team that the core you've gotten to know, the White Sox. They were close, they were close, they were close. They won in '93 in the West. They were ahead last year during the strike. Cleveland is almost pattern after what they've done. I mean, if the fans here in Cleveland know their names, oh sure, there's always a couple guys you pick up. But Ventura is one of the core of the White Sox team that was second to Oakland and the Twins in '90 and '91, and went back with Wood in '92, then broke through in '93 and got into the playoffs, which is what makes their start 5 below 500 a little more puzzling and concerning. It's not like this team is over the hill. The guys are still young. Count is 2-1 to Ventura, and Martinez will tell me Ventura is 27, Thomas is 27, etc. But the pitchers are in their 20s.
I still think for some players, Chris, that shortened spring training hurt in more ways than one. You think about for hitters, they just get ready. Defensively, it means an awful lot.
Ripped. This will be past Murray to right field. Manny Ramirez is going to come up throwing. Raines coming home. Throw will go into second base, and Ventura's 2-out single has given the White Sox a 1-0 lead.
Well, I'll be a little redundant here in mentioning the guy hitting in front of Frank Thomas is the important one. Raines gets on. They really don't want to pitch to Thomas that much, so he's walked. Raines in scoring position, and to me, this is the effect of it. Kruk didn't get it done, but Ventura did. So you do get the chance, because if Tim Raines continues to hit well, the ripple effect, it goes in both directions, Chris. You can't just think about that guy behind Frank Thomas. You better start thinking about the people in front of him as well.
So 1-0 White Sox, and Mike Devereaux, who is returning to his form of a couple of years ago. He had a big year with the Orioles. Devereaux hitting at 308.
I want to follow up on that spring training thought. Jay Bell, whom I know very well with the Pirates, had made a comment one day about going to spring training. You go down there, you get ready, you try to concentrate, but he said mentally, getting ready for the season is a little bit tougher because you're in such a relaxed atmosphere. And I think in spring training this year, the players that did go down there, they just didn't have enough time to get everything done. And for guys like Ventura, maybe others around the league, sometimes it just takes them a little bit longer to get their concentration centered and let's say regrouped for the start of the season. That could be part of it because you mentioned this guy is a gold glove third baseman. He's not the type of player that's going to make this many errors so early in the season.
1-1 pitch by Martinez outside to Devereaux. 2-1. 2 men on, 1 run in. 2 out here, top of the first. Happy Memorial Day to you, everyone. Glad you could join us here on ESPN. Chris Berman along with Jim Rooker at Jacobs Field in a sellout crowd, and this place will be jumping all summer long. One other thought on yours is that we'll do it after this pitch. 2-1 in there for a strike. Devereaux kind of disagreed. There are no fielding machines. You're off for 8.5 months. Oh, yeah, you can play pepper. You can go to a batting machine, get your batting eye a little bit, or maybe even throw. But there are no fielding machines and live game opportunities. And I think that's part of why we've seen defense that first couple of weeks was brutal. Just a theory.
Well, you have to get game ready. No, you're right. It's not just a theory, it's fact.
Well, Dennis Martinez was right. He painted the outside corner for Devereaux and strands a pair. But Ventura's RBI single in the top of the first, giving the White Sox a 1-0 lead. The Tribe up when we return. Back in Cleveland, the Indians fans saw the White Sox get one in the top of the first inning. Kind of overcast, a little chilly today, but boy, the Indians have been hot. They had the best record in the major leagues here at home last year, 35-16. They have 19 of the next 23 here at home. Here's their lineup. Kenny Lofton in center field, did not playing at 100%, can't run the way he would like. He leads off. Omar Vizquel, the shortstop, hitting second. Carlos, 1 up by Land, 2 up by sea, 3 up by Baerga. I think very fitting on Memorial Day. Hits third and plays second base. Albert Bell, the cleanup hitter in left field. Eddie Eat, Drink, and B. Murray. Just 33 hits shy of 3,000, hitting fifth. Manny Ramirez hitting 400, leading the league in homers and batting average, hitting sixth. Dave Winfield, the veteran with a slow start. Will he unload today? Hitting seventh. Jim Thome, can you hear me? The third baseman hitting eighth. And Tony Jalapeno, the catcher, ninth. Facing the left-hander Wilson Alvarez, who has scuffled this season.
Well, he has. His last time out, probably his worst outing. In fact, his last 2 games, he has been overly wild, Chris. And coming out of the chute this year, he did pitch very well. And we talked about the errors. The defense, the first 2 or 3 games behind Alvarez, very poor. So he really hasn't pitched that poorly overall. It's a little misjudged by his numbers, but he has been a little wild his last 2 starts.
Well, here's a guy that won 16 straight games from August of '93, won Game 3 of the ALCS at Toronto, and then continued through late May of '94. 16 straight games. So anytime someone like that is 1 and 2 with an ERA of almost 5, you're concerned. Kenny Lofton, who has 287, most people would kill for that average, but Lofton is someone that's been playing under wraps. Leg problem. Says it's getting better. Of course, in baseball, you don't have time to rest it. He's out there every day, which he prefers. The stolen bases are way down. Here's a guy who threw 60 last year and stole 198 first few years here in the league. Here's the defense behind for Lofton. Ventura in on the grass at third base. Thomas close at first. They saw Raines lay one down. Lofton says, hey, you know, Tim, you're one of the best base stealers there is, but I think I'm faster than you. Will he lay one?
It's always a possibility on natural surface as well. You may take a shot at it.
Lofton will be 28 on Wednesday. Dale Ford and Vic Voltaggio and Brian O'Nora, Jim McKean are umpiring crew today. Already, Alvarez working slowly. One thing the White Sox are not known for is playing baseball games like they're double parked outside the stadium. took John Kruk that one doubleheader, and then yesterday, of course, 14-12. He said, we had a 1-0 game that was 3.5 hours. Lofton rips it up the middle for a base hit.
One of the telltale signs for Wilson Alvarez is to be too conservative with his time out there, Chris. When he works quick, then he's really into his game. So if you see a lot of that, there's something wrong out there, whether he agrees with the pitch or it just doesn't feel right. Now here's a guy that has a pretty good fastball upstairs, and Lofton able to fight it off. You talk about adjustments at the plate, and Lofton making one, getting his hands in just enough to fight the pitch off.
Lofton getting some words from first base coach Davey Nelson, and Omar Vizquel will step in. Vizquel hitting at .228, of course, this year primarily for the way that he plays shortstop. But last year, Vizquel hit at .273. He's a lifetime .254 hitter. He's not just a glove man, and were he that, he would not be in the number 2 spot with a lineup that hits like this. Ventura in, looking for the bunt. Vizquel will take it for strikes as Dale Ford.
How many times have you heard the term hitting is infectious? And that's so true, especially with this ball club. Now, Vizquel, when he was with Seattle, his bat might have been a little bit more important. Not so here. And it's, in a sense, it's a little bit easier for him to hit. You put him in this spot in the lineup, the guys behind him, you're going to get more fastballs for Omar Vizquel.
Talk about infectious. And they had what they would call a bad hitting series in Toronto. And they still win 2 out of 3 at the defending champs. And as a club, the Indians are hitting at .294. White Sox aren't far behind at .284. That's third in the league. Cleveland leads the majors here. Skied. Ventura calls for it. Robin will make the play just on the grass at third base. So there's one out for Carlos Baerga.
Well, the Chicago White Sox obviously playing poorly early in the season, but they're starting to catch the ball now. And you have in the outfield Raines, Johnson, Devereaux left to right. The 10 errors at third base by Ventura, but he is a gold glover. Just a bad start. Guillen, one of the best at shortstop. Durham is going to be a very good player at second. Thomas, known for his bat. We all know that. And Ron Karkovice, a very strong throwing catcher, handling Wilson Alvarez.
Are you running for office? That was very diplomatic. There's Robin. But as we pointed out, the errors are way down and back to the form that we've been more accustomed to. Here's Carlos Baerga, who is, they say that he's struggling. I like that. You know, they're also, he's struggling. Hadn't been hitting that well last week. .333.
Now, some people get
struggling
spoiled.
with what? I mean,
yeah.
A light drizzle now has begun. It's kind of a mist here at Cleveland. We are not right on Lake Erie anymore. That's inside and high. Not right on the lake. We're about a mile in. And that actually does affect. You say a mile, well, what difference does it make? You're near it. You're not like you're in Cincinnati, 5 hours away from the lake. But they say it does make a difference. It sometimes it gets right to the lake and the rain will avoid here. But we shall see. The fans brought their foul weather gear.
Well, this is a good day for an invasion.
Yeah. That foul weather gear we're grown accustomed to seeing in the dog pound when the Browns play. That is 1-0 to Baerga. First of a 4-game set between these two teams. Kenny with the 7 steals. Again, it's not as if that's poor. You do that over 5-6 months. It's going to be in the 40-45 range, but he obviously is not what he's been. And he says it's getting better, they like, and somebody just has to work to. He's never had that, even in his days when he started for Lute Olson and played point guard for Arizona. He never had any legs, so this is new to me. I'm a little ginger with it.
And you have to be careful. I mean, you have a whole year ahead of you. You don't want to risk an injury.
Especially the year that they may be having here in Cleveland. This could be something special here. And I think America will kind of catch on with the Indians. I mean, they haven't been in the World Series since '54. Haven't won one since '48. They've only won one. And then since the '50s, they've been horrible. Fly ball to right field. This could be tough. Devereaux coming on. It hangs up there enough for him. And there are 2 out. Well, as Albert Bell comes up, this is what we mean. They lead the American League in the majors, for that matter, in batting average. They lead the majors in home runs with 49. Runs a game over 6. Slugging percentage. The thing about the Indians, and of course Albert Bell being one of them with the 5 home runs, is that, well, there's 6 guys, I think, under 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with 5 home runs or more already. One of them is sitting, Sorrento, who doesn't play against the lefties. Dave Winfield plays against the left-handers as the DH. So 6 guys at 5 and a 7th with 4.
Well, the flags are from third base out toward right center field. And Albert Bell, if you try to pitch him away too often, he's just going to go out there and rifle the ball to right center field. And as we've talked about this ballpark, last year Albert Bell hit .413 in this ballpark. And had the season continued, Chris, I find this an unbelievable number. Projected out last year in this ballpark, if they played the whole season, he would have, with his numbers, he would have hit 33 home runs and had 93 runs batted in, only at home. That doesn't count his road numbers.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Well, we did name the 19-foot wall there, the mini green monster in left field, the Bell Tower. That I think is something that he has tattooed and will continue to tattoo. And then there's the target. That's a little bit above the Bell Tower there and above the about 2,000 bleacher seats out in left field. We're right on top of the wall. Good view here. The bleachers are about 100 feet closer than they were at the old stadium.
This is a nice ballpark.
You know, I want to correct something. I made a mistake. I wasn't around then. I wasn't around in '48 either, but I forgot that the Tribe won the 1920 World Series. I'd forgotten that one, and I
sure you weren't around?
I don't think so. In another life, I think I was around. I don't know as what. Count as 1-1 to Bell. Red Sox lead at 1-0. Bottom of the first, Lofton first with 2 out. Alvarez working him inside. Now, something that fans should keep an eye on today, and Mike Hargrove told us, Jim, so the wind is going from left to right. The ball will travel very well, and it does anyway here, to right center field. A guy like Bell, a guy like Manny Ramirez has outstanding power to right as well as to left. Now, with a lefty Alvarez, you figure, well, wait a minute, he's a lefty, we're going to pull him. No, Alvarez is going to be working these guys outside. But Bell and Ramirez, not to mention a guy like Frank Thomas. Let's see how the ball flies to right center today. For your fans, keep an eye on that if you're with us here for the duration of the game.
Well, too often you try to get those big hitters out away, and more often you should try to get them out inside. That's where Karkovice is right now.
Well, this is ripped to left field, but it's right at Tim Raines. Almost handcuffed him. But Timmy makes the play, and Lofton is stranded. Bell hit it on the nose. But Raines made the play. We played 1 here at Jacobs Field. 1-0 White Sox. Dennis Martinez and the Indians trailing the White Sox 1-0, but he got out of a jam in the first inning, Jim Rooker.
Well, he made that different angle type pitch. Mike Devereaux, the hitter, we mentioned Martinez will drop down a little bit against right-handers. Watch this pitch. Fastball. It starts off the plate, just off the edge, and then swings right back. More overhand with the left-handed hitters, but it's the righties. You'll see him drop down, throw a fastball, and on occasion a breaking ball.
Well, 40-year-old Dennis Martinez will deal to 23-year-old Ray Durham. I mentioned that Martinez had just turned this. Durham, the rookie second baseman. They had Joey Cora here last year. There's a name you don't often hear. Everybody talks about McDowell gone and Franco gone, but Cora was an important part of the ball club. And now Durham with Tommy in a little bit on the grass at third. Jazz to watch. Durham at 296 at AAA Nashville last year. He's from Charlotte. His senior year, you know he's a good athlete because his senior year at high school in the Charlotte area, he was a defensive back on the football team. He intercepted 14 passes. I don't care what level you're playing. 14 passes in one football season is pretty good.
Somebody didn't do their scouting there. Wouldn't you stop throwing that?
I would think so, but if he's that good, maybe he covered every receiver. And Durham began the year and will be their leadoff hitter. That's the plan. But really struggled in that the #1 hole, and then Gene Lamont a couple weeks ago made the switch, dropped him down to 7 and moved Lance Johnson, who has hit #1 for some years, back up to the #1 hole. Durham has been a better hitter since then. He skies this one behind second. Baerga makes the play, and there's one out.
Well, in time, he'll get an idea of what a pitcher has and what they throw, and maybe even down in the order in the second inning, at least he gets a better look at the pitcher out there instead of leading off the game and taking that offer, which can really set the tone for your whole ball game. You have a bad first at bat, sometimes the residue that has is just, it takes you right through a horrible game.
Well, there is one out. And this will bring up Ron and Miami Carcavice, the catcher, swinging at the first pitch. Ground ball, routine play by Vizquel to Murray. And very quickly 2 up, 2 down for the White Sox, which will bring up Ozzie Guillen. The batting has not been the problem, though Carcavice hitting at .221, but then again, he's never been a big average guy. Here's Guillen, 9 batter, hitting at .307. So, I mean, we said their batting average is 3rd best in the American League. That's not been the White Sox problem. Carco knows more about what the problem is because it's been more the hurler.
Well, yeah, that your hitting sometimes cannot overcome the mistakes that a pitching staff will make, and throw the defense in as well. It's just 2 against 1 all the time.
Ozzie shows bunt, pulls it back. It's a strike.
Chris, I am a firm believer in team chemistry, especially when you're talking about championship ball clubs. The teams that are lower division, they don't seem to have that right chemistry or leadership, if you will. And the White Sox seem to have that going. But when you miss a #2, 4, and 6 hitter in your lineup, as the White Sox lost over last year, those are hard holes to fill. I mean, you can try to fill them, but trying to do everything, trying to make up all that ground is not easy.
Well, you mentioned a hole. Guillen found one past the diving Tomey, and the White Sox have a runner on with 2 out. And let's kick it over to John Saunders.
All right, Chris, happy Memorial Day to you and Jim and the Padres and the Mets. The Padres load up the bases against Mike Birkbeck, but Bip Roberts looks at this called 3rd strike to end the top of the 2nd. It's still scoreless. Chris and Jim.
All right, John. Good to be with you here on Memorial Day. Respite from the Pucks. Stanley Cup, that series between the team from the same city we're watching, the White Sox, that's Chicago-Detroit, an old-timer, original 6 series coming up to see on ESPN, not to mention the Jersey Turnpike series between the Devils and the Flyers. Great goaltending against the Legion of Doom. Stanley Cup semifinals coming up here on ESPN. John gets a breather. We want to join us here for round ball. Lance Johnson, who grounded to Murray his first time up, is up with Guillen on, 2 out. Single by Ventura in the top of the 1st inning. The White Sox lead at 1-0. But Dennis Martinez, certainly when he came up, Jim, with the Orioles, was a big winner. And of course, he pitched. He and Eddie Murray, I mean, this has been a reunion, 15 years happening. They were together in some great years for the Orioles. But Dennis had some problems, went to Montreal in '86 for Rene Gonzalez. And then after a couple years, established himself as the ace of the Expos staff in the 15 and 16 and 14 in 3 consecutive years in the 90s. And he's continued to do that here in Cleveland. As Bell squeezes it, Johnson flies out, and Martinez has stranded a runner. We played an inning and a half, 1-0 Pale.
4-5-2, Houston, do you read?
Aaron, did you get it?
Watch out!
A lost expedition.
Camp destroyed, people dead.
A mysterious predator. An ancient mystery. The myth is true. From the author of Jurassic Park. Congo, where you are the endangered species. Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, June 9th everywhere.
Back at Jacobs Field, Chris Berman along with Jim Rooker on Memorial Day. Glad you could join us here on ESPN. Eddie Eat, Drink, and Be Murray on his way to Cooperstown decided to stop and play a few years here in Cleveland, and boy, aren't the Indians fans glad they did. They count down every hit here at Jacobs Field. 33 for Eddie to get to 3,000. Putting him in select company, and there's more to it. As Eddie, the switch hitter, will pop it up. But I'll have to tell you that more the next time he comes up, as Ventura makes the play. Actually, he's just among a handful when he gets to 3,000 hits. Well, 3,000 hits and 400 homers. Aaron, Mays, Musial, Yastrzemski, Dave Winfield, Eddie Murray close. I don't know, last time I checked, that's a pretty good list.
You know, you go back a few years too, Chris, and everybody started around baseball, I should say, some of the experts thinking Eddie Murray has been on the downslide, but boy, the way he started this year, I think it amazed everybody that he's swinging the bat so well.
Well, Murray will sit, and as the youngster Manny Ramirez, who has opened up everyone's eyes, steps up, another future Hall of Famer, Dave Winfield, goes on deck. So you get Murray and Winfield, two guys who are fittingly right now tied at 18th on the all-time home run list with 463. And of course, Dave already, as Ramirez grounds it to short. Ian will fire it over to Thomas, and there's 2 outs. Let's kick it over to John.
All right, Chris, speaking of the home run list, Bobby Bonilla going for home run number 7. Joey Hamilton serves this one up. It's a solo shot where Bobby Bo is 7th of the year, and the Mets have a 1-0 lead. Chris and Jim.
All right, John, thank you. Dave Winfield steps up with 2 outs. Bobby Bo went deep. Dave has done it 463 times. It's started to say he's already a member of the 3,000 hit club. That 212 average is kind of stunning in some ways, but a big fellow like Winfield, maybe it's going to take him a while longer to get back into the swing of things. I talked with John Hart, and we talked with Mike Hargrove, Hart being the GM here, and Hargrove the manager. They're not concerned. And yeah, they'd like to see him do better in the first 5 weeks, but they haven't seen anything. Oh boy, he can't get around this and this. People have written Dave off before after he came back from the 1-year layoff, the back injury, and the Yankees shipped him out to California. And he just rebounded out there and went on to the Twins and went on to the Blue Jays. And don't write this guy off, not with close to 3,100 hits and over 1,800 RBIs.
And his track record is too good, but you're looking at a hitter that's only been up 33 times this year as well.
He's got, this is what you call a major league pop-up, which eventually comes down into the glove of Ozzie-Guillen. A 1-2 training for Wilson Alvarez. We played 2-1-0 White Sox.
The old-timers like this one. But if it were up to me...
Welcome back to Cleveland, where a sellout crowd is watching the Indians trail the White Sox in the top of the 3rd inning. And as amazing as it might seem, Indians tell me they'll just be a little bit ahead of last year's attendance pace with the same amount of games after today's sellout. It sounds hard to believe because you know what kind of attendance they had last year, but it's true. Double dip here on the holiday for you on holiday, as they say north of the border. The Dodgers and the Phillies. Cleveland with the best record in the American League. The Phillies are the best record in baseball. Dodgers and Phillies from the vet at 7:30 Eastern Time with John and Joe. And then baseball tonight, immediately following that game. All the scores, all the highlights, and more. Analysis that happened in baseball, you'll see it on Baseball Tonight. We get to, on Wednesday, see the Dodgers and the Phillies again, the first half of our double dip at 7:30 Wednesday as well. So a good look at the Indians and the Phillies this week here on ESPN, the 2 teams who are leading their respective leagues. That's what we try and do for you. Bring you the teams you want to see. Teams that you follow baseball, you have to know about. Dennis Martinez will start the 3rd inning facing 2-3-4. Tim Raines, Frank Thomas, John Kruk. Raines singled and scored on Robin Ventura's 2-out RBI single in the 1st inning. But Dennis has stranded 3 runners through 2 innings. Jim, he's pitched in and out of a couple of games.
Well, see, now to me, that's a good point you bring up, Chris, because there are some pitchers that do pitch themselves into jams. The good ones pitch themselves out of jams. And, you know, Dennis Martinez, any starting pitcher, he's the one that sets the tone for the ball game. And you get out of early inning problems or early problems in a ball game, it really builds the confidence, and it kind of takes the confidence away from the hitting team, the team that you're putting down.
Dennis Martinez has won 223 games lifetime. He's only about 63 or 64, and I don't know whether he became number 64 or not, that have won that many. I mean, just 64 guys have won 220 games. Again, we're talking Winfield, Murray, Martinez. I mean, you've got a shelf full of hardware here in this locker room.
Yeah, you do, and you're talking about a pitcher that's blessed to a degree that he hasn't had the serious injuries, because his career, I mean, it's 20 years, 20-plus years of pitching. That is an awful lot of wear and tear. And as we mentioned, Dennis Martinez throws a lot of breaking pitches, a lot of different angles. That you just can't go out and do that. You don't build a pitcher that can go and throw that many pitches from those angles and expect him to hold up over all those years. But he's been able to do it, and to me, it's just amazing.
Raines lays off way outside. Count is 2-2. You saw the sign of Rapid Robert Feller, of course, a Cleveland legend here. He won 266 games in his illustrious career with the Tribe. With the no-hitters, the opening day no-hitter. 6 times Rapid Robert won 20 or more.
And he's still pitching.
Oh, I know. That's what's the amazing. Still striking guys out. Here's Raines. He bunts his way on in the first. He clubs his single on his way on here in the 3rd inning. So Timmy Raines is 2 for 2. And again, the man in front of Frank Thomas has done the job again, as you pointed out.
Well, here you go. Now, if you're Dennis Martinez, in the back of your mind, you know what happened that first time around. Pitchers are like elephants. It's kind of a cliche, but they don't forget. In fact, the ones that don't forget are the ones that have
big trunks.
Yeah, there you go. But some do have big trunks. But how is he going to approach Frank Thomas this time? Is he going to challenge him more often in the strike zone? This is the game within the game.
There's a challenge right there, back in the big hurt off the plate.
Well, and that's another part of Martinez's game. He is not afraid to pitch anybody inside. He's already hit 5 batters this year. And there's that tailing fastball. Now, that's one of those reminders or intentional pitches in terms of not hitting a guy, but just making him aware of the inside part of the plate, because for the most part, you would think Martinez is going to try to get Thomas out with a pitch away.
Thomas hits it to right field. Will it carry? Back it goes. Back. Gone. Will it carry? Who was I kidding? We told you the ball is going to jump out here to right center field. It was Frank Thomas that hit it for Frank home run number 8. And Raines aboard twice, scores twice. It's now 3-0 Pale Hose. And the ball has been thrown back on the field a la Wrigley.
Well, Phenia was setting up away. They wanted the pitch away. Tony's more on the outside part of the plate, but if you go away from the big guy and you miss, you better get the pitch off the plate. Manny Ramirez just took a couple of steps. He knew it was yards, so just stood there and admired the rest of it. I wouldn't throw the ball back. I'll tell you right. Frank Thomas hits a home run ball to me. I'm keeping it.
Yeah. But I enjoy the spirit. It's a good citywide spirit here for the Indians, who now find their hometown team looking up at a 3-0 deficit as John Kruk steps up. He threw out to right field his first time up. Unceremoniously let go by the Philadelphia Phillies after putting in some great years with him. Certainly a cornerstone of that, which is still the defending National League championship team.
He was rather disappointed the way the Phillies treated him, so he decided to take his ball and go home and not play.
They will take that ball and throw it around the horn, because a little chopper, and Kruk will gimp back into the dugout, hoping for a better swing the next time. So there's one out here in the 3rd. Yeah, he was, and he'll let you know what he thinks. So, you know, I just wish he just wanted a clue. And then all of a sudden it was winter, and now he doesn't have a ball.
Well, it was the big L word they always talk about, loyalty. Which side is it on, the player or the owners? I think it's both, one way or the other. Sometimes there is, sometimes there's none. And to me, it's an overused word, Chris. In most cases, it's a business proposition, whether it's a player having a problem with the ball club or vice versa. And in Kruk's defense, all he wanted to know, you're right, just tell me, where do I stand? Which direction are you going?
0-1 pitch to Robin Ventura, an RBI single in the first inning. And the count is 1-1.
I guess it tells you how secure some people are, though, because the White Sox tried to get Kruk early in the year. Ozzie Guillen called him, tried to talk him into coming to spring training, and John said, no, I don't want to play baseball anymore. He had a sour taste in his mouth, and I guess 3 weeks of yard work changed that.
Murray will toss it to Martinez. The old teammates in Baltimore doing it here in Cleveland in '95. And there too, yeah, yard work, that was not his, although over here in the American League, by the time he gets home, even from day games, the sun will be down. Right? He won't have time to do any yard work.
Yeah, he wants to do different yard work with
right.
the bat and go out of the yard.
He's one of a kind. He's refreshing. He'll be good for this clubhouse, I think.
He will.
It's kind of a quiet, not a lot spoken in this clubhouse. Devereaux will foul it behind the plate, and Tony Pena will make the play. So Martinez settles down nicely after giving up a 2-run home run to that man, Frank Thomas. But the Big Hurt put a big hit on Dennis Martinez, and he took it right to the power alley. It was gone. The White Sox 3, the Tribe nothing. Well, I guess not everybody in northern Ohio is a Cleveland Indian fan. There's a White Sox fan here in Ohio. They would say that he is outnumbered today, but they will not give him a hard time in this thing. The folks out here in Cleveland are great fans. When you root for another team, that's fine. They'll just tell you you're mistaken. They won't throw beer at you like other places that I know and have been.
He wouldn't do that in football season, I don't think.
No, not in the dog pound. That's right. I don't think he would do that in the bleachers at Fenway, among other places. You could name a list of about 6 or 8. Well, Wilson Alvarez has given up just 1 hit. Leadoff single to Kenny Lofton in the game, and he's mowed down 6 in a row, as opposed to Martinez, who has given up 5 hits already and 3 runs. And Jim Thome with the socks up high. Rusty Snob used to wear those socks, and it's Thome, Phenia, and Lofton, 8-9-1. Alvarez behind 3-0, and it's been control that's been his problem, Jim.
Well, that's the thing. Gene Lamont feels that his pitching staff will come around. In fact, in talking to him today, Gino was pretty confident about things and saying, I know we have the good arms. I know these fellows will get it together.
Well, there's their ranks, which speaks for itself. Almost put that up there again as Thome gets a walk. Let's take a quick look at it. And there's something else we want to show you here in a moment, but the ERA of almost 6, when the starters only go 5, I mean, you can't have that. And the walks, 5.5 a game or over that. You just can't have those numbers.
No, you can't. And when we mentioned also, Chris, here's Gene Lamont, and, you know, he's up off the bench. He sees Wilson Alvarez, who now has a 3-0 lead. He just got a 2-run homer from Frank Thomas, and what does he do? Walk the leadoff man. That will drive you absolutely cuckoo. But in his last 2 starts, Alvarez in 9 innings has walked 9 men, and bad numbers. He's not that kind of pitcher. He'll walk a few, but he has such good stuff to get out of jams, but he has to get the ball over the plate a little more consistent.
I know one of his problems is how do you top his first start in White Sox uniform? When you pitch a no-hitter, in your second start in the bigs, your first start with the White Sox. Well, now I've done this already. Now what do I do?
Well, yeah, it is a tough act to follow.
But...
Well, and you know what happens? People see that and think, well, what is he going to do next? He's thrown a no-hitter, so he must be a can't-miss thing, but it doesn't always work out that way.
Here is Tony Pena, the veteran backstop, who was traded, a big trade in '87 from someone on the White Sox bench. A good friend of mine, Mike LaValliere. A big trade from Pittsburgh to St. Louis. God, 8 years ago already, that deal in '87 that sent. There's Spanky, or as I like to call him, Car 54 LaValliere.
Well, that happened, that trade, on April Fool's Day, and most of us thought that it was a joke, that it wasn't a real deal.
LaValliere, Andy Van Slyke, and Mike Dunn coming to Pittsburgh for Pena. Pena helped the Cardinals get to the World Series that very next year, but certainly after that, I think Pittsburgh certainly the great years Van Slyke put in.
Oh, yeah. And even Mike LaValliere, people didn't know that much about him. But we talked to Jim Fregosi the next day during spring training, and he said, wait till you see this guy. Defensively, he does everything you need. And Spanky's been able to hang in there. Can't run, doesn't hit with power, great situational hitter, but handles the pitching staff terrifically.
Think he and Kruk will get along in that? Are they made for each other or what? The count bookends, literally. The count is 2-1 to Phenia, and Alvarez drops that in there for a strike. It's 2-2. Cleveland trailing 3-0 here in the bottom of the third inning. Jim Thome, the leadoff walk. And Spanky and Kruk. I just thought of that as we were talking about the two of them. Well, they're not going to run. They're not going to, they're fun either. They're both built like catchers. One of them is. Ripped to left field. Base hit by Phenia. And here's what we're talking about, this lineup, which leads the majors in average. This is number 8 with a walk and number 9 with a base hit. And now comes the top of the order, and they get a rally going from the bottom of the order.
Right, you get into trouble, then you get in the danger zone. Tony does a nice job of staying with that breaking ball, and when Phenia is struggling, he pulls off of everything, tries to pull the ball down the line, stayed back on that one, and gets the base hit. But that's another thing about the Indians. They have a great bench, and as we were talking during batting practice with Mike Hargrove, Chris, we asked him, where's the weakness on your ball club? And he stumped us for a couple of seconds there.
We stumped him. He couldn't come up with an answer, which is, I've never heard a manager do that. Even I think, Casey Stengel, and when he managed those great Yankee teams, he said, wow, I could use, of course, Casey.
Yeah, he could fake it for a while and then come up with something.
He did go around, as third base umpire Jim McKean says for Kenny Lofton. Crowd didn't agree. Lofton didn't agree. But it's a strike.
By the way, Mike Hargrove eventually did say, I can always use another starting pitcher. And of course, they just sent Nagy down, Clark.
Don't scare him now.
No.
Hit to center field. Lance Johnson is there. And Thome will go back to second base. Phenia back to first. We started to tell you, get back now to the White Sox for a moment, that Alvarez, Alex Fernandez, who really assumes the #1 role, I think, from McDowell, although Alvarez and Fernandez together, and Jason Raspberry Beret. Last year through May, Alvarez hadn't lost yet. Beret was 6-1. Alex's record was below 500, but his ERA was great. 19-7, these three guys. Through May, and we get a couple days to go, they're 4-8. And the best ERA is Alvarez's at 4.85. So you can see the difference. Jim Abbott's numbers are very similar to Jack McDowell's numbers the first 2 months of last year. So it's not that McDowell was good. That's been kind of a wash. It's these three guys that have not been the same. Oh, we forgot Harry's net. We would have had that one. But that's been the difference. And I don't, Jim, you know pitching a lot better than I do. I can't imagine this staff, all three of them struggling like this for the entire season. Can you?
Well, no. And part of pitching, consistency, control, confidence. They talk about the ABCs of pitching, and it actually is 3 C's. But control has been the thing. The walks have really been a huge headache for Gene Lamont. You can't explain it. You can't make your pitchers throw the ball over the plate. If they try to be too fine.
Vizquel with a fine bunt. Alvarez has to gun it to first base, and both runners move up, although they're with 2 outs.
Nice job by Alvarez. With this kind of hitting lineup, you can get caught off guard, not looking or being ready for the bunt. So he does a nice job by fielding his position. And I say an awful lot of times, when you turn the ball loose, you become an infielder. So be ready to help yourself out. Alvarez off the mound. Watch you pick it up barehanded. This ball is almost at a stop. So if you try to pick it up with your glove, you're going to get nothing but a feather and come up empty-handed. Pick it up with the bare hand. You're halfway to first base, and you just make a good throw. So he does a nice job.
So Vizquel will sit and hope that Baerga can pick up both runners. The Indians trail at 3-0. A base hit would cut it to 1. Alvarez wanted it on the outside corner and got it. Off speed, dropped it in. Baerga laid off.
I'll tell you the key to this inning so far, I think, is Kenny Lofton flying out. And Mike Hargrove has said part of Lofton's problems, he's hitting too many balls in the air instead of on the ground. So you have first and second, nobody out, and you make an out without moving runners. That hurts.
Broken batter to shortstop. He into Thomas. And Wilson Alvarez wriggles free of Cleveland's first real rally of the afternoon. We played a full 3 here at Jacobs Field. 3-0 Pale Hose.
If it's sports on your radio, NCAA, NBA, NFL, UK Athletics, Cincinnati Reds, Bengals football, high school, the World Series, Major League Baseball, the latest on the OJ trial, the Super Bowl, ESPN, Dick Vitale, Pat O'Brien, John Madden, Sports Talk with Scott Maston, the fabulous Sports Babe, Sports Byline USA. If it's sports on your radio, you're listening to Sports Radio 630, WLAP.
All right, John, strike up the band and welcome to the show. It's been a great show thus far this season here in Cleveland. A team that trailing the White Sox 3-0 today, but you know they've just played 9 home games thus far. The Cleveland Indians, who were 35-16 at home last year, have 19 of the next 23 here at home, where they really could open up some ground unless teams come in with pitching like we've seen from Wilson Alvarez thus far. 4th inning, 3-0 White Sox. Ray Durham, 23-year-old rookie second baseman, 7-8-9. Durham, Karkovice, and Ian for the White Sox. And this is Alvarez coming off after giving up. First 2 guys got on against him, and he stranded him, Jim.
Well, we mentioned he had a 3-0 lead, walks the leadoff man, then a base hit, and your defense thinks, Chris, oh no, here we go again.
Right up through the wickets of Martinez, and Ray Durham is aboard with the 6th White Sox safety of the afternoon. So Dennis Martinez certainly has had better stuff this season.
Well, he's at this point in his career, and we've talked about how well he's hung in there, he still may give up a hit per inning, sometimes a little bit more than that, but Dennis Martinez works fast. Mike Hargrove talks about the defense always being ready because Martinez is around the strike zone. So he may be a fellow that gives up more base hits than you'd like, but what he does is keep the defense ready, and when that happens, more times than not, you'll see very good defensive plays made behind him.
Laid down by the number 8 batter, Karkovice, and the catcher is going to bunt his way on.
Wow.
Well, we've seen some good bunts here. Maybe the turf dampened a little bit by last night's rain. A little drizzle here. Kind of the type of greens that the golfers like on the Pro Tour. But Tomey was not expecting that at all, obviously.
Well, that's why Tomey playing so deep at third base. And why this isn't done more often surprises me. And it doesn't have to be a good bunt. You just saw getting the ball down in fair territory. And Tomey had so far to go. It wasn't that he was so much asleep. It's just he never expected Ron Karkovice to bunt the ball.
Good job by Karkovice. Really heads-up play.
That's smart baseball. I mean, there are times I don't want anybody to get insulted, but there's always been this saying in baseball, hitters are stupid. And at times they are, and sometimes pitchers are stupid as well. But that is the smarter type hitter that we just saw.
No, the only ones that are never stupid are announcers.
Well, I never hang a slider up here.
I never miss, do I? Yeah, don't. Here come the cards and letters now. Miss. I've hit more air over the years than somebody playing in the major leagues over 20 years. At any rate, moving right along, the White Sox have 2 on, and again, if Dennis Martinez in trouble. Murray charging from first, looking for another bunt, possibly from Guillen. Martinez missed it with a ball.
I'm not quite sure if Ozzie was using somewhat of a decoy there, because the pitch was a good strike. If you show bunt and the ball is there, you hate to get yourself in a hole by taking it. So there may have been a sign miss there. You have pretty good speed at second base, and Ray Durham. You always have to be aware of Karkovice at first base.
Murray way in, as you can see on the grid, charging, and Ozzie will foul it off. And now he's down 0-2, and now we'll have to swing away. So there it is. He kind of gave that at bat, or at least thus far, the bunt part of the at bat away.
Yeah, you take a strike and bunt a ball. And I don't mean the baseball. The pitch was outside. And now you just wonder, will they stay with Ozzie and ask him to try and bunt again? Easy to move up the runner.
Now they have 1-1 up. We thought that was a strike. That was originally signaled a strike.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. But all you have to do, I was saying, is get the ball down with such good speed at second base. You don't have to do much other than put the ball down in fair territory.
Right, I guess it's 1-1, so now we'll see if he continues to punt. Certainly the rotation play is on. But Durham back at second base. El Presidente, Dennis Martinez. Perfect game, El Perfecto. Dodger Stadium in 1991. Durham is bothering him.
Well, for a pitcher, this is where you do help your defense a little bit. If you're trying to put a play on and trying to keep that runner closer to second base, whether you step off, make a throw, anything like that, at least it holds the runner a little bit closer to the bag or gets him flat-footed. It might just give your defense a little help somewhere, whether you try to get the lead man at third or just get the routine out at first base. You might have to end up settling for that.
Had the rotation play on that time as Dean could have punched it through the left side. It was wide open as Vizquel was standing on second base when the ball was delivered.
Yeah, I think Ozzie a little bit upset with himself because the shortstop is in his view just in the right line, so he saw the shortstop breaking to second and got a pitch away that he could try to
could have plunked it right there with a guy. That was that's what we call a hole you could drive a truck with. Ground ball to first. Murray will take it himself, so it's the same as a bunt. Runners at second and third with one out. Let's bunt it over to John.
All right, Chris, we're going to try exactly the same play, only this time without the technical difficulties. The Twins in the Brewers, Scott Leyes out to left field. Derek May is back. It's off his glove and drops in there. The relay coming in as Leyes takes off. Round second going into third. The throw gets away from Valentin, and Leyes trots in to score. Right now, the lead is to the Minnesota Twins, 3-1. That's to Chris and Jim.
You know, John, I don't want you to take it personally, but I kind of like the band version better, the instrumental version. Only kidding, big guy. Top of the order, Lance Johnson is up. With runners at second and third, and the White Sox looking to pad that 3-0 lead against Dennis Martinez, who has not been sharp today. He's given up 7 base hits already, and we're here in the top of the 4th inning. Johnson, one of those guys, an unheralded guys we were talking about, like Frank Thomas, like Robin Ventura, who's been with this team on the rise up when first Jeff Torborg was here managing.
Well, you always have the stars, but the supporting cast just as important.
Torborg managed through 91, and then Gene Lamont took over, Jim Leland's right-hand man. In 92, they were 10 above 500, but finished second to Oakland. Well, actually, that year they were third, I believe. In 93, of course, they won the division at 94 and 68. Lost to the Blue Jays in 6 in the ALCS. Last year won the truncated season by a game over the Indians. Lance did not chase that one outside. The count is 2-1. Lance Johnson, born in Ohio, downstate in Cincinnati. 31 years of age. Played the entire year last year in the outfield without an error. Swings and misses that one. It's 2-2.
Well, that's doing something for Johnson because he's not a play it safe kind of outfielder. He goes after everything.
Of course, he's led the league in triples the last 4 years. No one's ever led their league in triples for 4 straight seasons. The triple will go just fine for Gene Lamont's game plan at this point. So at a single. Inside, backed him off. Crowd wanted it, but it was inside.
I think Dennis wanted it as well.
Look, tough strike zone, you think?
Well, watch how the ball swings back. Pena setting up on the inside corner. The ball swing back. But I think when you see a little movement like Pena, Tony had to lean a little bit to his right. There are times if you can just hold that glove out there and bring the ball back to you, you'll be able to steal a strike along the way. I think the umpire sees so much movement there, he just wasn't going to give the pitch.
Hit to Murray. He'll come home. Pena sweeps it. Out. Nice job by the Indians infield as a contact play. Durham with the wheels as soon as it hit. He's home.
Well, you take the gamble with that speed. Watch Pena with his left foot. He puts it out in front of home plate. The runner has to go around the foot. No chance to get to the plate. That's just something that you do as a catcher. You take away part of home plate. That's a great job by Tony.
So good defense by some guys who have played some good defense for years. Murray and Pena. Now there are 2 out. Karkovice at third. And Tim Raines is up. Raines is 2 for 2. Scored 2 runs. But again, this could be another. Stranded 2 in the first, 1 in the second. Of course, gave up the 2-run homer to Thomas in the third. And again, they get a guy throwing out the plate. You get a runner at third. This could be another keep it in until my best hitting lineup in baseball gets a few more whacks or Alvarez tires.
Well, this could be one of those most important parts of the ball game with Frank Thomas on deck. Again, we talk about the importance of hitting in front of Thomas, getting him those extra at-bats. And Tim Raines, perfect so far today. You know, games like this, Chris, and I've become more of an American League fan in the last year and a half. Exciting baseball. I think that when you look around the American League, there are so many more mashers over here as opposed to the National League. And, of course, the DH is all part of that. And Kruk made an interesting comment, I think, to us during batting practice. He says, no wonder these guys knock in 120, 30 runs. They get to bat 7 times a game.
Right, that's right. He was great. Boy, I wish we just rolled on 20 minutes of it. An afternoon with John Kruk.
Well, they need to make a highlight film of Kruk, and all you have to do is follow him around for about an hour or 2.
He's a natural.
He doesn't need a script. Just being himself is enough.
And he's not trying to do this. I mean, this is not a guy who was auditioning to take over for Leno or Letterman. I mean, he's just refreshing. Tell you what, the Raines backed off, and that pitch didn't end up that far away from the strike zone.
Well, Dennis Martinez is so good at pitching inside. And Tim Raines is the type of hitter. I have seen him dive into the ball, Chris, and hit a low outside fastball over the wall down the left field line. So that's how you equalize. Look how far off the plate Raines is. But when he starts to hit, he is stepping more towards shortstop.
Here goes the runner Johnson. The ball gets by, and Karkovice will come home. So, and Johnson will go all the way to third base. So he just kept going. So the defense, which saved a run, now costs a run.
Well, you wonder if it's going to be a pass ball or a wild pitch. It's a breaking ball, and Pena tries to backhand the ball. They may give a wild pitch, but Tony has to make that play. All you have to do is reach out and catch it. And I think so often when you see low pitches, it kind of takes the official scorer off the hook if he sees anything like that and will give a wild pitch. But that's more of a pass ball to my mind.
I think they did call it a pass ball. Stolen base for Johnson, and then the pass ball allows him to go to third and obviously allows Karkovice to score. So that's a big run. And this one, he bounced and it hit him, I believe, and if it did not, another run scores. It did not hit him. And it's 5-0. Boy, Dennis Martinez and Tony Pena, this magical duo, all of a sudden cannot get their signal straight.
Well, and I don't want to overstate this, but I think Dennis Martinez is trying to throw the all-time exceptional pitch to Tim Raines because he doesn't want to pitch to Frank Thomas. Again, the effect that Raines has on the pitcher before Frank Thomas even gets to the plate, that ripple effect in the other direction. Martinez has better control than that. We've seen that going into this game. He'll be only 7 walks, but he's thrown a wild pitch.
Well, he's getting reins out finally, but a pass ball and a wild pitch after a play at the plate saves a run, and the Indians are in a pickle. Well, it was a Dickens of an inning for Tony Phenia, the best of times and the worst of times. You play at the plate, and the pass ball, then the wild pitch, and all of a sudden 2 runs are home, and Phenia and the Indians are staring at a 5-0 deficit here in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Indians have amassed only 2 hits through 3 innings off Wilson Alvarez. They have 4, 5, 6. Albert Bell, Eddie Murray, Manny Ramirez up. Albert, the latest craze here in Cleveland is the Albert Bell bar, the candy bars, which fittingly, as he comes up, how often do you see it? A guy makes a good play in the field, he leads off. How often do you see it? Albert Bell leads off. The Indians PR staff just handed out a bunch of Albert Bell bars. So
Timing. In life, it's always timing.
Quickly 2-0 start to Albert Bell. The Indians, of course, who can hit him in bunches and score him in bunches, lead the majors with 49 home runs. They'll have to use some long ball to make those youngsters happy. I tell you, everybody in town has the Indians hat. Bell skies it, took a big rip, but skies it. It could be trouble. Lance Johnson coming in, Durham going out. Johnson makes the play, and there is 1 out. But, you know, we talked about this before here, Jim, in Cleveland. It's, you know, 2 years ago and all those other years, think about the difference of knowing you're going to play in front of 40,000 or 37,000 as opposed to 70,000 empty seats. And I don't care what kind of fans you are, you weren't going to fill that on a regular basis, but still, through the years, and we talked about the fact that since the 50s, you know, the Indians as a franchise have been doormats. From 1960 on, it's 35 years, 7 winning seasons in 35 years, just 7. So when they had a season like last year, these youngsters don't know all about 35 years of frustration. Youngsters you just saw, and their fathers and their mothers and their grandfathers. Boy, I mean, this team, not only are they good, but they could be good for a while. And we have a new park, and we like coming downtown. Boy, you add all that up, and you could have one heck of a summer here.
Well, and you have to really appreciate the perception of their general manager signing the young players as they did. They're going to be here for a while, and in today's market, what bargains they got and the young nucleus of a ball club. You mentioned that old ballpark. I'll tell you, it's been said so many times, I won't repeat the slogan that's put on that ballpark, but playing there myself, it was just awful. You hated to go to that ballpark and try and play a game.
Eddie Murray skies it to Durham behind second base. Let's sky it over to John Saunders.
All right, Chris, Colorado and St. Louis. John Frascatore on the mound facing Andres Galarraga, and the Big Cat finds the gap out in right center field. Castillo comes around to score, and the Rockies are on the board against St. Louis. We'll keep you updated. Back to Chris and Jim.
Frascatore pitching to Galarraga. Boy, those are some great names for Scrabble. Here is Manny Ramirez. Because he's scissored between Murray and Winfield, we chose to speak of past rather than future. What was Mike Hargrove telling us? That he just stops everything and just watches him take batting practice.
His approach for a young hitter is so good in terms of getting in the batter's box, starting by hitting the ball the other way, then working the ball around to center, working the ball to left field, almost as if you have a pro golfer, the way he'll fade, hit a ball, and hook a ball. That's Ramirez's approach to hitting. He is so thoughtful and has matured so quickly as a hitter. Charlie Manuel, the hitting instructor, is amazed at what this youngster has been able to do, and he is strong. When you have as much power to right field as you do pulling the ball to left field, that's saying something, and that's what Charlie Manuel said about this kid. Excuse me, about this kid.
Well, Manny Ramirez grew up in Washington Heights, not very far from Yankee Stadium, and he's already made that his personal place to hit. He's had a pair of 2 home run games at Yankee Stadium. Broken back to left field, and Johnson leaps in front of Tim Raines, makes it look nice. And a 1-2-3 inning again for Wilson Alvarez. He's had a couple of them. We're back, and so is Frank Thomas, swinging at the first pitch and nicely hitting it foul, so we get a chance to talk about it. Of course, hit a long home run on his last time up to right center field with a big hurt. Home run number 8. RBIs number 24 and 25 on the season for Frank Thomas, of course. The last 38 home runs last year, 41 and 93, 24 and 92, 32 and 91. And you add to that the way that he also hits the doubles and is such a good hitter with the count 0-2 on Frank. Martinez just misses it. That you need to play 1,000 games, and he's only played 600 odd games. But right now, Frank Thomas, if he continues the slugging pace, would be 6th all time. These are the only 5 guys to be over 600. And this is Ruth, Williams, Garrett, Fox, and Greenberg. Joe DiMaggio is 6th, but below where Frank is right now at 593. Again, you need 1,000 games, so we're talking a couple years down the road, but wow.
And as you said earlier, Chris, this is a guy that's still learning. So there's a chance that he's going to get better. And you notice that strike zone again. You see the last 2 pitches. Very close, but showing some discipline, not chasing a bad pitch.
Skies this one. Way back goes Baerga. Coming in as Ramirez, and Baerga will make the play. And Frank Thomas is retired for the first time today. Walked and homered, and now he is retired.
Well, I thought Gene Lamont made a very interesting comment about Frank Thomas as we talk about Chris Sable being here, Julio Franco gone, Sable gone now as well, and now Kruk hitting behind Thomas. He said, you know, it doesn't really matter who bats behind this guy. You can't protect him because they're going to pitch around and walk him anyway. But the key to the whole thing is when you had Julio Franco, that's why he had 98 RBIs last year. Also 20 home runs, and he had never hit more than 14 in his career. Sabo didn't do the job, so here's the guy behind Thomas that can pick up the slack. Kruk, as you mentioned, a born hitter. He should, if they continue to give the free passes to Thomas and intentional walks, Kruk should be able to rake the ball and make up the difference.
Well, he ought to be seeing a lot of pitches, that's for sure.
Oh, sure.
Kruk thus far has struggled. Threw weakly to right field and grounded to first. The count is 2-1. Kruk, who did not grow up far from here in West Virginia. Charleston, West Virginia. 10th season in the majors.
Kruk was a little upset years ago. He wasn't drafted by the Pirates, wanted to play in Pittsburgh, but the Pirates said he couldn't run very well.
Well, you think, I don't know how many of those John is going to leg out as Murray flips to Martinez very quickly. The Western Conference Finals of the National Hockey League, an original 6 matchup, a Norris Division matchup. The Chicago Blackhawks catching fire, sweeping Vancouver against a team that's played the best thus far of anyone in the NHL, the Detroit Red Wings, who made sure that the Sharks were gone before they even thought about upset. The Blackhawks and the Red Wings, and let the Octopi fly in Detroit. That's Thursday night at 7:30, 4:30 on the West Coast. And we're back now for the Blackhawks. Dennis Savard playing inspired hockey for the Blackhawks. He was a shadow in Tampa Bay this year, and Dennis Savard returned, been a star in the playoffs. It's like the salad days. You're talking about 2 teams. Red Wings haven't won the Stanley Cup since '55, and the Blackhawks, I believe, since '61. So the Rangers got theirs last year at 40. One of those teams is going to have a chance to erase a long, many years of frustration. Robin Ventura fouls this one off from Dennis Martinez. It's 1-2. The Eastern Finals between the Devils and the Flyers, a very good matchup as well between the tight checking and the good defensive Brodeur of the Devils against the Flyers and that Legion of Doom, and the defense line that's done so much better than people thought. The defense been big in the Rangers sweep for the Flyers. 1-2 to Ventura, lays it off. Well, the other note on want to say something. One other note on the Devils. Don't let the hockey go. We are here doing a baseball game. The play McLean made, that overtime goal that he set up Broughton the other night. I mean, Broughton got the credit for the goal, but that was McLean, one of those classy old players, knows what to do for the Devils. That's going to be a very good series. Both of them here on ESPN. Count is 2-2 with 2 outs. Here in the top of the 5th inning, 5-0 White Sox over the trip. Well, I don't get a chance to do hockey.
You're driving a stake in my heart because the Devils beat the Pens.
Yeah, the Pens just didn't have the defense, although Regged, how many shots he kicked out the other night? 49?
Yeah, he did one heck of a job, but just not quite good enough.
I thought the Penguins would get to the finals, but I obviously was mistaken. This is good. I get a chance to do hockey here during a baseball game, but, you know, you have time to talk about everything. It's going to pull up a chair and Memorial Day anyway. At least in this part here, kind of overcast. Fans of all ages out of the ballpark. Not a great barbecue, David. I'm sure fans getting it done. Inside of Ventura, count is full.
Well, I imagine there are a few Barbies heated up.
Oh, doesn't matter if it's 40 degrees. You just go fire that thing up. And a view of the scoreboard and those kind of toothbrush lights that we have here at Jacobs Field. Ripped by Ventura. Sends it back to right. Back goes Ramirez. Back. Gone. See, we don't lie here on ESPN. We told you the ball would fly out to right center field. Thomas has hit it there. Ventura has hit it there. Both balls have come back. But the White Sox lead at 6-0. And they don't care if you pelt them with baseballs at this point.
Right. A little out of character for Dennis Martinez. That's the 5th home run he has allowed this year. Only 3 coming into this game. So he's been pretty much on his game. And that is really a nice swing by Ventura. You see the way he stays back on the ball and the pitch elevated just enough. And Robin Ventura really leveled off on it. Sends it out of the ballpark.
Ventura is second RBI of the game. He is RBI single in the first. Robin, home run number 5. And a big bold for Wilson Alvarez to work with. He's been sitting a while, but he knows that he's got a cushion. Doesn't have to be that fine with the pitchers.
Well, you know, when you're sitting on the bench in that situation, Chris, you see the ball hit, you go, yes.
Ground ball by Mike Devereaux, scooped up by Baerga to Murray, and he's gone. And not until the White Sox play long ball again and heading to the bottom of the 5th inning. Robin hit it down the Ventura Highway as the White Sox lead the Indians 6-0 here at Jacobs Field on Memorial Day. Well, we also don't lie here at ESPN. There's a rib burn-off, as they call it here at Cleveland, a rib cooking and naturally a rib eating competition. And no, it's not Kruk. This guy had 43 ribs in 5 minutes. You know what? I haven't worked with you before.
Right over here.
I like to serve you. There it is. See, ribs.
Boy, they smell
here
good.
at Jacobs Field. You're gonna now if we don't hear from you for an inning or two, I'll know what happened. Here's a man who could probably fire down a few ribs. Dave Winfield. Winfield told me in Phenia they got their work cut out for him. They've been burning, they've been cooking that stuff here all weekend long. So again, we don't lie. The ball is carried to right center field, and there are people barbecuing. Ooh, the big Winfieldian cut. But it's a strike. The count is 1-1. Wilson Alvarez has allowed only 2 hits through 4 innings. The White Sox have scored. There's the picnic area. One of a couple here. There's one area you can just picnic before the game and then you vacate. Winfield, a little flare to right field. It's a long run for Devereaux. Oh, he almost overruns it, makes the play. And you know who wants some of those ribs? John Saunders.
Yeah, can you get him on a flight as soon as possible? They might be able to be here by dinner. Just bring them back with you. Rockies in the cars. Vinny Castilla to left field. That one jumps out of there in a hurry. And it's a 2-0 lead for the Rockies over St. Louis. Back to your ribs, guys.
Was he a surprise for Colorado? Vinny Castilla is really cranking the ball this year.
You know, my mom told me never to speak with my mouth. I thought John was going to do about 5 minutes of highlights. I thought I could get that plate down. This is Jim Thome. Can you hear me? He walked and was stranded at third. And Indians' best rally in the third inning. When he walked, Phenia followed with a single to open up the third, but Alvarez then retired the next three. And as a matter of fact, he has now retired since Thomey's walk and Pena's single. He's retired 7 straight.
Certainly makes it a lot easier when you have runs to work with. You don't concern yourself about making mistakes, and Alvarez, for the most part, has not had that happen to him. And you're seeing pretty good stuff, Chris. The fastball seems to have the life to it, the breaking ball, and he's thrown a couple changeups that have kept the Indians off balance. Guys like Murray, you saw him hitting well off the front foot.
Winfield field. Only got a good rip at that one, but just got underneath it. Count is 2-2. So
one of the things that Chicago certainly could use today would be a 7, 8, 9 inning game from Wilson Alvarez after they left Detroit yesterday and all the balls flying everywhere.
Did he make that catch, that young man?
They have.
See, bring your glove to the park. It's just great to see the dads and the moms and the kids out here together. I just feel baseball's got a lot of work to do here in this next year or two, not necessarily here in Cleveland.
He's wrapping that one up.
Oh, yep. Put it up your sleeve. Nothing up my sleeve. Thomey ground ball to second base. Oh, nice play by Durham to Thomas. Beautiful defense by the rookie second baseman, Ray Durham, who went after the ball like a bull.
Who would think that they have made the most errors in the American League? A good play always starts with a good jump on the ball, whether it be an infielder or an outfielder, and that's what happens here with Durham, showing his speed on the defensive side. Catch the ball, one step, flip and throw. Sounds easy. One of the flying Melendez.
Good play by Durham, and there's 2 out for Tony Phenia. And of course had that interesting inning there in the 4th. Making a tag at the plate to keep the game at 3-0, then a pass ball out at 4-0, a wild pitch, 5-0. All of a sudden the game has changed.
Now in the past, Tony Phenia would go up there and try to hit 2 home runs with one swing of the bat, but if you get into that state of mind right now, you're playing right into the pitcher's hands, whether it's Phenia or anybody else off the Indian batting order. Just do what you normally do. You can't hit that proverbial 3-run homer with nobody on base. So just go about your business, try to get things started up once again, and peck away at Alvarez.
Phenia, 37 years of age in his 15th major league season, and you could tell, and I can say this personally, you could tell in the minors that he was a bona fide big-time catcher. I had a chance to see him play in '79. And I was working in Waterbury, Connecticut, which had an Eastern League team there at the time, and Tony played for Buffalo, which was the Pirates' AA team at the time, and he was just head and shoulders better than anyone in the league. I mean, I saw the whole league then. He would snap guys out at second base, you know, throw them from the knees, and I think he had 34 home runs, if I'm not mistaken. He had a lot of home runs that year, and he hadn't approached that, but...
No, you're right, he did.
He had a bit, right, in '79, I believe it was. You could just tell. He was very quickly on his way to the majors.
Well, at one time he was a third baseman, and that's why they made a catcher out of him, because of his throwing arm and too many errors at third base. They figured he was less dangerous defensively behind the plate, and of course became a very good catcher along the way.
Count is 3-1, bases clear, 2 outs, and the Indians trailing the White Sox 6-0. Phenia through the hole to the left side, and Tony is 2 for 2. So the Indians getting some hits at the bottom of their order. Tony is perfect.
Well, Alvarez only giving up his 3rd hit. Fastball pretty much down the middle and a 2-out base hit. That's the good news for Alvarez. If it leads off an inning, then it's a little bit easier for the Indians to start something. But with 2 outs, obviously a little more difficult, and you have a lefty-lefty situation right now. And Alvarez, the way he's rolling, you like his chances.
As you check out the scores from around the bigs, of course, John keeping us posted. Ventura pitching in on the grass for Lofton. This is 2 outs. Because they just figured Lofton trying to get on any way he can at this point.
Outfield defense giving Lofton that right center gap. They're not expecting him to pull the ball with authority, at least in the air.
Base hit, but a tough hop. But Ozzie has it played, and Guillen shovels it to Durham, and that is that. So we played 5 here at Cleveland in the home club, wondering what's going on. Back at Jacobs Field, Chris Berman along with Jim Rooker and Dennis Martinez, and the Indians trail at 6-0, and a shot to right field by Ray Durham, and a nice running catch by Manny Ramirez. Well, we're just coming back, and we're swinging at the first pitches here, and Durham, who made a good play in the field, almost surprised, and it went down the line, but Ramirez was ready. Dennis Martinez is 4-0, but obviously is in danger of losing for the first time this year. They've scored on him, Jim, in every inning but the second.
Well, he's made a couple of mistakes. Frank Thomas getting that pitch out over the plate that he hit out. And of course, the pitch to Ventura, it was elevated a little bit. 2 home runs have really done the real damage here for the most part. The wild pitch, the pass ball in there, but shows you that on a given day, it's just one of those things for Dennis Martinez where things aren't working for him. A little bit of everything.
Ron Karkovice, the catcher, surprised everyone in the park, starting with third baseman Jim Thome by laying down a bunt. This one, he hits it a long way to left field. Albert Bella's going back. He'll play it off the bottom of the wall. Karkovice into second base, so he's bunted his way on, and he's doubled his way on. So the White Sox continuing to light up El Presidente. Let's go to our man our regal man in the studio, John Saunders.
Now, I can only be a prime minister. You know all about that. Twins in the Brewers. Scott Erickson, scary moment here. Kevin Seitzer gets nailed over the top of his left ear. He would leave the game. They help him off. Derek May, though, with his 3-run shot, trying to help his squad back. 5-4 is the count now. That's Chris and Jim.
Right there, we get it from Parliament. John Saunders. Ozzie Guillen up, swinging at the first pitch to Eddie Murray. Murray will take it himself, tells Dennis to relax. Gives it back to the pitcher, but Karkovice over to third base now with 2 outs.
Center fielder, number 1, Lance Johnson.
And that'll bring up the top of the order already for the 4th time. So Kruk wasn't wrong when he said, well, you bat 6 or 7 times here. Here's the 6th inning, and Johnson is up for the 4th time today.
Now the White Sox, they put on a display yesterday in Detroit. Not so much today in terms of the long ball, but was it 12 yesterday overall between those two teams? And
record.
Couple a day.
21 extra base hits.
Yeah. So Dennis Martinez is doing a great job at holding them to 6 runs through 5 innings.
Here's Dennis short order Cook, left-hander, warming up in the bullpen. Giant, Phil, Dodger. Of course, member of the tribe. Actually, last year was it Cook? He was with Cleveland, and then was he not? I thought so. Yeah, he was with the White Sox last year. Last year's like a blur.
It's strange, yes. Paul Ossenmacher here was with the White Sox, and look at a couple of pitchers on other ball clubs. You look across the field and see some of your guys that you had last year that you wish they were still with you.
Well, Cook was here in 92 and 93. They went to Chicago like on a loaner last year, and now is back with the tribe. Down to 3-1 to Lance Johnson. 2 outs. Karkovice at third. A little tapper, and this could be trouble. Took a weird bounce, actually. Went sideways, but Martinez stayed with it, fired to Murray, and Karkovice is stranded at third, heading to the bottom of the 6th. Indians want to get their hitting shoes on. Bottom of the 6th inning here at Jacobs Field. Chris Berman along with Jim Rooker and Wilson Alvarez has handcuffed the team with the best batting average, most home runs of anyone in the majors. The Indians only 3 hits. The score is 6-0, and they start pounding the drums for a lineup that came from behind and won that 4-game series at Boston a week ago. They lose the first one on Thursday night. They came from behind in all the other 3 late innings in the 8th and 9th for all of them. What have you seen in Alvarez as far? I wouldn't say he's been overpowering, But what have you seen, Jim?
He's made pitches when he's had to. I mean, for the most part, he hasn't really pitched behind overall. He's gotten behind a few hitters, but I think what it shows is what Wilson Alvarez is capable of. This guy has a better than average fastball. He also uses a curve, slider, and change. We haven't seen too much of the slider, but a good variety of pitches. And on a given day, I mean, how many times do you hear this phrase, good pitching can stop good hitting? And I think that's the case today. He's just had some things go his way. And with, again, 6 runs to work with, it'll allow you a chance to make a mistake here and there. You become more aggressive. The strike zone gets a little bigger. So there's 2 or 3 things that go in your favor.
Vizquel, Baerga, and Bell. 2-3-4 for the Indians. Inside and up top. Count is 3-1. The Indian fans hoping for a little something to cheer about. They have not had much. Really, they had the first 2 guys on in the 3rd. That's been it. Taking all the way for a strike. It's 3-2. Vizquel is popped to 3rd. Sacrifice. So he's 0 for 1. Omar coming over a couple of years ago from Seattle in the trade for Felix the Cat Berman. Hit to left field. Back goes Tim Raines. Back. Oh, he makes the catch against the wall. Omar Vizquel, who had went 333 straight at bats without a homer, then hit 3 last week. Almost had his 4th.
Well, Tim Raines measures this one, takes one quick look, then gets right to the wall and makes a play.
Vizquel has all of a sudden been eating his spinach. Needed one more forkful.
Well, I don't know if it's true about the ball this year. I have heard people talking about the liveliness of the baseball. I don't know if it's just that time of the year that they started in.
There's a lively ball hit by Carlos Baerga over the head of Ozzie Guillen. And the Indians have something going with a man on now with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. I don't know. I don't see the homers pouring out at the rate we had last year, right? Or a couple years ago. I mean, there was more talk of it last year.
I can't remember last year. It was worse.
Last year was a bad dream. The whole thing was a bad dream. They had such a nice season going, too. Well, it'll cost them about 1.5 years or 2 years to undo it. They had better be very careful and very smart with the big picture. Whole generations of youngsters that put baseball 4th, 5th, and 6th on their list. I'm not saying that out of malice. You and I love the game. You played it. It's your profession. I grew up like so many of our viewers loving it. I really fear for this game.
Well, Chris,
how about a commissioner in agreement? Just out of the box. Can we have A and B, please?
Baseball had a problem before last year. It's just a shame that they hadn't recognized it or admitted it. And there is a serious problem now. I mean, it's even worse. And why these people that control the game won't sit down and act with a little common sense as opposed to what I think is stupidity, I just don't understand.
Those are your fans of the future you're looking at right there. You have these games that have been so at night, postseason. We used to have double headers, heaven forbid. We used to go to games and watch 2 for the price of 1. It was great as a kid.
Well, I'll tell you, if people that control the game had employees in their other lines of work other than baseball that acted the way these people, they would have been fired, long gone. All right, let's bring in somebody else that really wants to get it done.
I think the players have come to realize it first as a group before the management side. Albert Bell will sky it. Durham will call off Frank Thomas. You can call him up. You want to make sure you get him out of your neighborhood before you make the play, which he did. There's 2 down.
Well, you just jokingly tell Frank Thomas, hey, move over, let the shirt man take it.
I don't mean to get into a soliloquy on it as Eddie Murray comes up, because here's a beautiful day, well, not a beautiful day, but a nice enough day, and a packed house, and a team that's exciting against the team that's the defending champ, and well, there really isn't a defending champ in this division, of course, but they would have won it last year. I just hope we have an exciting summer of the games, and we talk about the games, and we watch the plays, and we watch the Greg Maddox's pitch, and we watch the hitters, Eddie Murray's hit, and we revel in what they can do. And People talk baseball a lot. Kids wake up every day wondering who won the night games.
Well, look at the division leaders. I doubt that at this point, if you would have gotten a panel together that would have said Colorado, Chicago, Philadelphia, California would be leading those 4 divisions.
Even Boston to some degree.
Yeah, Boston. Cleveland would have been probably a pretty good pick.
Well, that's good. I think that's good.
Great. I never thought I would be a Cleveland Indians fan. I mean, I grew up way out west, migrated east, and never had occasion other than playing against Cleveland when I was in Kansas City. But coming here, seeing this young ball club, new ballpark, the attitude here in this town, I think it's terrific.
Murray, as we pointed out the sign earlier in the game, 33 to go to 3,000, and everybody that comes to Jacobs Field knows exactly how many Eddie needs to reach that magical mark.
Eddie Murray, number 33. I'm sure at the moment he'd like to get off that number.
Right. Not the one on his back, but the one up on the board.
Right.
The sun, the sky's brightening here in Cleveland. Maybe that's an omen for the Tribe.
There you go.
33 hits to go. He has a sign all over the park. At the plate, left field. Stadium downtown here, and you see those those toothbrush-type lights. They kind of emblematic of the smokestacks of the industrial downtown. They did it with the sight lines in mind to be consistent with the metal and everything with the bridges and the buildings, and it really does fit in down here nicely. Restaurants popping up in the area, a new basketball court for the Cavs across the way. Downtown Cleveland becoming vibrant again. And with this baseball team and the man that has 12 home runs, Manny Ramirez, coming to the plate. He, Mo Vaughn, and Matt Williams had 12, tied for the Major League lead.
Well, there is such a thing in baseball as a good walk, and there is also such a thing as a bad walk. And the way Manny Ramirez is swinging, this could be one of those bad walk times. Take your chances with Eddie Murray, and instead, he's issued the free pass, and you have a guy up there right now that is just hammering the ball. Has not done that today, but when you go up there 0 for 2, sometimes the odds switch in your favor, especially if you're a good hitter.
Fouls this one back. Ramirez began the day at 400, leading the majors in batting.
Tied for the lead in home runs, second in RBIs, number 1 in total bases, number 1 in hits. Where's he batting in the lineup? Number 6, number 6 hitter. Not too shabby. Huh?
No. 0-1 pitch to Ramirez. Just down low and inside. This is he and Manny Williams also hitting 400. What a year Matt Williams has had. Continuing from where he left off last year when he led the majors in home runs. Manny Ramirez, new blood here in Cleveland and around baseball. Fans who just want to come out and watch him swing the bat. He's keeping it on his shoulders as Alvarez all of a sudden is working very carefully. Even though he has a 6-run lead, he's got 2 on with Baerga at second and Murray at first. Count is 2-1 to Ramirez. With Dave Winfield on deck. Memorial Day to all of you watching us out there across the country and beyond. Ripped to left field, base hit. Baerga will come around third and he'll score. The shutout is gone. The Indians are on the board. 6-1.
Charlie Manuel talked about Ramirez making adjustments at the plate, looking at the hitting count and thinking more and maturing more as a hitter. He's ahead in the count. Now, the pitch was a fastball. You look more for the heat, and sometimes it doesn't matter where the location is. That pitch was actually out of the strike zone, and Wilson Alvarez is pretty lucky that ball wasn't hit out of the ballpark. Ron Karkovice wanted the pitch down and more on the hands. That's somewhat wild just out of the strike zone. Talk about being wild in the strike zone at times. When you want to pitch on the outside corner, you might get one on the inside, but in this case, more down the middle, and fortunate that ball wasn't hit out of the yard.
Well, Alvarez, of course, remember, this is a team that only used, what, 5 pitchers yesterday and giving up the 12 runs to the Tigers. Jose DeLeon, who Gene Lamont told us would be the one that could go the most innings. He's now getting up to warm up in that bullpen, which has 3 mounds each, so you can warm up a lot of guys. But Lamont didn't want to do that. Now with a 6-1 lead now, 2 on, they got to be very careful. This could become a ball game with Winfield at the plate, or you could remain in good shape if you're the White Sox, if you get Dave.
Well, we mentioned going into this game, Dave Winfield with just 33 at-bats. Paul Sorrento, who he will platoon with, has twice as many at-bats, actually more than that. But that's the thing with Dave Winfield. Not as many at-bats, maybe a little longer to get started, but he's seen Wilson Alvarez twice today. That may help in this at-bat.
That looks small in Dave's hands, doesn't it?
It always has.
Ripped to left field. Did he get under it, or did he get all of it? Back, 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 back. His first home run as a Cleveland Indian, and the Tribe has erupted. It's 6-4. Welcome to Cleveland, Dave Winfield. They got him in a trade in August, but no one remembered it. They remember it now.
Doesn't waste any time. Come off the bench swinging. Not that he's on the bench today, but not a lot of at-bats. I think he knew it was gone. And hitting into somewhat of a cross-wind, Chris, still put a jolt into that one.
The fans want him to come out and take a call. That's not really his style. Home run number 464 lifetime. His first as a Cleveland. There he is. Come on. Come on, Dave. There he is. Well, again, we don't lie. All of a sudden, a 6-0 lead is a 6-4 ball game. And the Indians, who've come from behind with that power-packed lineup, now get some power from a source they haven't gotten it from yet this year. Dave, there's the smile. They brought him over because they really struggled against left-handers last year.
And you always want to feel that you belong. And it's not that Dave Winfield can't go somewhere and not have that feeling, but until you do something for the ball club, you really don't become part of it. So this is a way for him to chip in, and what a blast at the right time. This is a ball club that is really never out of it, and so many ball games are decided 6th, 7th inning on, and now the Indians have jumped right back into it.
Well, if you're just joining us, we've got ourselves a ball game. The White Sox had scored in almost every inning. 1 in the first, 2 in the third, and a 2-run homer by Thomas. 2 in the fourth, a home run by Ventura in the fifth, but 4 for the Indians here in the sixth. They're not done yet, as Jim Thome is up. This is ripped to center. It will bounce in front of Lance Johnson, misplays it, but Thome will not try and take the extra base. And this lineup we've been hearing about and talking about with the best batting average, all of a sudden, single, walk, single, homer, single.
Well, how ironic could things become? We've seen Tony Phenia involved in a couple of pitches, 1 pass ball, 1 wild pitch that really isn't his fault. Tony with a couple of hits today, also tagging a runner out at the plate, so he's had a busy day. And you know, guys that have been around thrive in situations like this and really welcome the challenge. On the other hand, Wilson Alvarez is trying to do all he can to get out of this mess and stop the bleeding.
Well, since 2 are out, a walk, 2 singles, and Winfield's home run. Phenia 2 solid base hits to left thus far this afternoon.
Chris, you bring up an important thing. What looked like a harmless 2-out walk.
You said it at the time. That was a bad walk. Ozzie Guillen will throw it to Thomas, and the inning is over. But not until the Indians climb back into this thing. Everybody on their feet again for Dave Winfield. His first home run as a member of the Indians. The curtain call, 6-4 Chicago.
5-4 contest, the Twins with the lead. Pedro Munoz gets his 6th home run of the year with a runner aboard, and it's 7-4 now in the 6th inning. Back to Chris and Jim.
A home run in Milwaukee by Pedro Blue Munoz. Dennis Martinez not as blue after the 4 spot hung up by his teammates, but he is gone. So Dennis Martinez worked 6, gave up 6 runs and 9 hits. Cannot win it. Of course, certainly can lose it. And now the Indians are within striking distance, and the man that's been asked to keep it down for a while the bats get going some more is the left-hander Dennis Short Order Cook.
Well, they'd like to see him get a little bit of work. He hasn't pitched in a week, and I think his numbers reflect that, Chris. Dennis
15
Cook.
hits, yeah, 9 1/3.
Pretty good fastball. He'll get that slider working, throws a curve and a splitter, so basically your standard pitches. And a little bit different look. Now Mike Hargrove, who starts a guy like Martinez, everything from every angle. Now you come in with a left-hander. Turn around a couple of their switch hitters.
Raines, Frank Thomas, and John Kruk here in the 7th inning for the White Sox. Whose 6-run lead is down to 2. Cook began with the Giants. He went in a very important trade for San Francisco. Actually, ripped by Raines, but this will be foul. In the middle of the '89 season, Cook, Terry Mulholland, and Charlie Hayes went to Philadelphia in exchange for Steve Bedrosian. That year, Bedrosian helped the Giants get in the World Series. He was the closer for Roger Craig. But certainly Mulholland grew into one of the starters that Jim Fregosi counted on when they went to the series in '93. So there's a trade again, like one we counted earlier, that immediate dividends for one, dividends down the line for another. It's a good trade for both. Cook was involved in that trade. He stayed at Philly for a couple of years, pitched for the Dodgers, pitched for Cleveland, pitched for the White Sox. Now he's back to Cleveland.
One of the things Mike Hargrove told us about his bullpen, and you wonder how long they're going to be as good as they are. And at this point, you watch them, you try not to overexpose them. And with guys like Martinez, Hershiser, others, you don't do that. You give the extra innings or work enough innings from your starter. But he feels that he has power arms or good arms in the bullpen that will overcome some of their mistakes, as opposed to pitchers that have to be a little more precise with their pitches and perhaps a little more susceptible to making mistakes. He's pretty comfortable with his bullpen.
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
not surprised. Really, Mike, are you surprised that your bullpen? He said, no, I'm not giving you that as a half answer. He said, no, I'm not. Now, Mesa being as good as he's been as a closer, no one was really sure. Count us 0-2 to Raines. And again, no one's sure 5 weeks into the season either, but certainly you can't argue with what he has done. He's been perfect in the save situations, but he, as you mentioned, the arms that he has, he likes his eight. Went on and on about Plunk.
Well, it all starts with your starters. And again, you get a couple of guys. There's Hershiser, and if they can get you into the 6th and 7th inning, and even though this has been not a, well, he didn't hold up, and they ring Raines up.
Vic Voltaggio said, sit down. Timmy didn't like it. Let's look.
First baseman, number 3.
There's that breaking ball, and Raines, I think he crossed the plate, but look at his hands. The hitter always looks at his hands after the bat has been drawn back, and that's the picture that's in their mind. If they really see the play, the whole play from above or from the, let's say, a low first, you will see that they do cross the plate probably 99% of the time. But in their mind, they're always looking at their hands after they've drawn the bat back.
A check swing from Frank Thomas that travels farther than most people can hit it. Strike one. Thomas, who hit a 2-run home run to right center field, is 7th of the year. Well, and look at where he stands. See, this part of the game, the back line of the batter's box is obliterated. You can't say he's out of the box. You can in the first inning, not now.
Well, if Tony Pena wanted to, he could bring it to the attention of the home plate umpire, and they would measure and probably move Thomas forward a little bit. But I guess he wants to look at the ball just a little bit longer.
Thomas's home run was his 8th. That's 7.1. Count is 2-1 to Big Frank. Caught 3 passes as a freshman, as tight end. The Auburn football team. Bo Jackson was a running back as a senior. That's ancient history for Frank now, but you can imagine him as a tight end very easily.
Interesting scenario right now. 3-1.
Now, that is not necessarily a bad walk, right? To get back to what you were saying in the last thing.
In this situation, no, because 1 out, you're not forcing a man into scoring position, and you also have a lefty-lefty deal here with Cook and Kruk. And John Kruk...
Say that 5 times fast.
Can't do it.
Cook and Kruk.
But if you keep the ball, the breaking ball, moving away from Kruk and belt or lower, you should be successful. He may go out after a couple of them and foul them off, but that's pretty much the zone you want to try on him, or on occasion just come up and in just to keep him honest.
There were teammates in Philadelphia for a couple of years, so Kruk does have a clue of what Cook has.
Thing about Cook as well, he's not overpowering, even though he does have a pretty good fastball, and you don't have that tendency to give ground as much.
Ground ball past Murray, and Kruk is aboard. Thomas to second base. Yeah, Eddie got caught up trying to, in a foot race, not a foot race with, but when Frank Thomas is running just a couple of feet away from you, it kind of encumbers you a little bit.
Well, usually Eddie Murray, when he gets to the ball, he will catch it. And this ball just goes right under his glove. You saw at the last moment, Murray started to put on the brakes. I don't know if he was trying to get set up, getting his feet set into position to just make the play at second base and get the lead man, but I'd call that a little bit of a short leg play because he did stop.
Mark Weiler, the pitching coach, out to talk with Dennis Cook as Robin Ventura is up, and just as soon as Cleveland gets in the game, you want to be careful that the White Sox don't bust back out to a big lead. Robin Ventura is up, who in his last at bat homered.
Well, look where Pena is. They set up outside this ball more down the middle and just about let her high. That's one of those pitches, Chris, that it's a hit-me pitch. You throw it up there, and the hitter sees it so well because the ball is basically elevated. When it's lower, it's tougher to pick up. But when it's delivered right there, let her high, you pick it up so soon and see it so well. All you have to do is just try to make solid contact.
One of those baseballs that we have on the going, gone portions of our baseball tonight, that screaming baseball.
That is a good one.
And that's about what that pitch was, too.
Exactly.
Robin is 2 for 3 today. Singled in the first to drive in a run. Grounded out to first base. And then homered to right center field. Thomas is 8th. Ventura is 5th. Winfield is 1st. That sounds funny, but
it does this point of the year. But what a time to hit it.
Yep. Seventh inning. Moving right along at American League pace. Foul back by Ventura. You got 2 guys pitch it. There is a look at the youngster, Julian Tavares, 22-year-old from the Dominican Republic, who throws some heat. Might be a starter here one day. Maybe not one day, maybe one day soon this season, the way it works out. Jason Grimsley will start tomorrow for Mark Clark, who has been sent down, who's been shuffled off to Buffalo.
Clark coming off an 11-3 season, being a little bit too picky.
Count is 1-2 to Ventura. Oh, he rings him up on the inside corner, and Ventura will sit down. You got a couple of guys Well, let's kick it over to John Saunders.
Hi, Chris. Thanks a lot. 1-0 game between the Padres and the Mets. Steve Finley at the plate. And he lifts this one deep out to right field. And just like that, the game is tied at 1 apiece. Number 3 on the year for Finley. Back to Chris and Jim.
All right, John. Steve Dorsal Finley with a home run there for the Padres. 2 strikeouts thus far this inning for Dennis Cook. He's also allowed a walk and a single, and he's also gone. But Tavares will come in as Mike Devereaux comes up with a couple of pail hose aboard. 6-4 White Sox. Stick around. Robin Ventura homered in the 5th, but struck out this time against Dennis Cook. He'll sit and watch Mike Devereaux try and pull it. Ventura, Cook, Devereaux, some of the Albert Bell, some of the players who are in the major leagues who we got to know a little bit through the College World Series. And it begins here on ESPN at 3:30 on Friday from famed Rosenblatt Stadium in Omaha, Nebraska. You talk about some folks that know how to put on a show. Those folks, I've never been, but everyone that has been at ESPN, we've had this event on since we've begun. All our guys that work this event come back and say what a great time they put on and how excited the folks out there are. And I'm sure this will be no exception. Mike Devereaux in an Arizona State outfield with Barry Bonds and O.B. Young again, McDowell. Devereaux will be waiting to bat against Julian Tavares. 22 years of age. He was 15-6 last year for Charleston, the minor.
Well, here's a fellow that has the above-average fastball. He throws a sinker about 92 miles an hour. Hard slider, and he'll throw a splitter at times and also a changeup. You mentioned the College World Series. I did have the opportunity to work that last year, Chris, and in the minor leagues, I played in Omaha for Kansas City, and what a transformation they have made at Omaha, the ballpark. It's just a beautiful ballpark. Now, great atmosphere. I've never had seen so many excited people. College baseball, what a showcase it's turned out to be.
Well, here's a guy that comes in with the 13 strikeouts and 16 2/3 and starts Devereaux up with a tantalizing breaking ball. Tavares, what do they sing? Only takes a minute, girl, to fall in love. Tavares, is that what they? Is that from the disco era there?
You're over my head on that one.
I'm below mine actually quoting disco songs. That's not really my style. Outside, that one a little quicker. It's 1-1.
Well, if you're looking for a little help defensively, you don't have a lot of speed on the bases in terms of Thomas and Kruk at second and first. So the outfield might have a shot if Devereaux would get a base hit, but it would be an interesting
big situation here as the Indians have clawed back to within 2. They don't want to give it up. Good pitch again, off speed. The bottom fell out a little bit on it, and Devereaux is behind 1-2.
In the minor leagues, Tavares could overpower people, but the one thing that is obvious that he makes an adjust to, like every other pitcher that comes up to the big leagues, is hitting situations and pitch situations, depending on if you're ahead in the count, you're behind. Now ahead of Devereaux 1-2. At this point, I don't think Devereaux really knows what to look for. This is when you become a real guess hitter.
He guessed wrong. The bottom fell out of that one, and a 3-strikeout inning for the combined bullpen of the Indians. They kept it close. 7th inning stretch time here on Memorial Day coming up.
Rockies and the Cardinals, 5th inning. Geronimo Phenia at the plate, and he slices this one out to left field. Trip Cromer comes around to score. The Rockies still with the lead, but it's now down to 3-2. The Padres and the Mets, we showed you the game-tying home run, and Eddie Williams gets a single here. Ken Caminiti comes in to score. Williams trying to go into second is out, but the lead is to the Padres. 2-1. Back to you.
All right, John, thank you. 7th inning stretch time here at Cleveland, and the fans of all ages getting excited. They saw their try to score 4 in the bottom of the 6th, 3 on a home run by Dave Winfield. And now here they go again. Top of the order, Kenny Lofton, the only man that did not bat in the 6th inning for Cleveland. Lofton, Vizquel, Baerga. 4 runs on 4 hits after Alvarez had held them to no runs and 3 hits in the first 5 innings of the ball game. Lofton showed bunt everybody in. He hit the bat, and it's strike 1.
Ooh. Now, the umpire at third base is saying no. I'm not quite sure what there's no debate there. Well,
yeah, but it hit the bat. So
that's what it looked like. Yeah. Well, no, it's ball one. Home plate umpire is getting them to change the scoreboard. Apparently, it didn't hit it. Just getting the bat back in time.
Well, let's look at that first pitch. I'm not sure that I understand this call.
No, it hit the glove.
Okay.
That's what misdirected the ball a little bit.
Good job by Dale Ford then, Art. Good job all the way around. He pulled it back.
Great camera.
With Jim McKean at third base. Now quickly Alvarez is dropped in a strike on the outside corner, and it's 2-1. Lofton can't get the bunt down again, and now we'll have to swing away with Ventura about 60 feet away from the plate on that.
Well, you'd think with his speed, with Kenny Lofton's speed, that wasn't a real good effort. He just kind of poked or stabbed at the ball, and that really doesn't get much done. In this case, it evens the count out, and actually it gives Alvarez a little bit of an advantage.
Inside, Lofton held off. Did he go around? They're appealing to McKean again, but he didn't even give the sign. And the count is full. We'll do it again.
Mentioned it earlier in the game, but Mike Hargrove, as Lofton has struggled a little bit lately, one of the things that Hargrove has said that Lofton is hitting the ball in the air too often. And this is one of those times where you may want to try and think more line drive.
Here's a line drive, but unfortunately it's to the tallest man in the field, Frank Thomas. Rather than leap, he just stood there and snared it. And there's one out.
Well, your job, go up there and try to hit the ball hard, and whatever happens obviously will happen. And Lofton makes pretty good contact, but right at Frank Thomas.
So Omar Vizquel is up. He is 0 for 2 at a sacrifice. Wilson Alvarez has gone the route. Vizquel goes deep again to left field. Raines will play it off the wall. He plays it off smartly, but Vizquel is into second. Omar's last time up, remember, Raines made a leaping catch at the wall, and he measured Alvarez exactly the same way, and this time hit a little bit more of a line, and Raines couldn't get back there in time.
Got a little bit more on top of the ball. The last time up underneath and hit the high fly ball that Raines did catch, made a nice play on, but this one levels off on the pitch a little bit better and has himself a 2-base hit. Ron Carcavise out with a quick meeting with Wilson Alvarez. Recall, we have seen Jose DeLeon throwing in the White Sox bullpen, and here comes Gene Lamont. That might have been somewhat of a stalling tactic for Carcavise to give the bullpen a little more time. Now here's a guy, Gene Lamont. You've already mentioned, Chris, that was Jim Leland's third base coach. Quite a baseball mind, and of course you're around a guy like Jim Leland long enough, you're going to learn an awful lot about baseball. One of the best prepared managers I've seen.
DeLeon is in. Lamont has given him the call. Alvarez is gone. Back in Cleveland, are there ominous skies? Are they the portend of what's to come for the Indians, who have gotten back in this thing and knocked out the White Sox starter, Wilson Alvarez? 6-0 lead is now 6-4. Alvarez pitching fine until the 6th. Pitched 93 pitches. Here are his lines. No strikeouts for Alvarez, and in to pitch is the veteran, and I do mean veteran of many stops and of great potential, and they always thought this was the year for Jose DeLeon.
When this guy came up to the big leagues with the Pirates, he had Hall of Fame stuff, Chris, and he's such a big mystery in baseball. Hitters around the National League hated to face this guy.
Now facing him right now is Carlos Baerga as the tying run Vizquel on second base with a one-out double. Albert Bell is on deck. Eddie Murray in the hole.
Well, Gene Lamont decides he'd rather see Baerga batting from the left side in this situation, but Baerga's been more dangerous from the left side.
That would have caught him napping. You don't expect Baerga to bunt in that situation down 2 runs.
Not with one out.
But that was for a base hit, obviously.
Well, they do need base runners, but in this situation, you are the tying run at the plate if you do crank one. Mentioned Baerga from the left side of the plate. He's hit 4 home runs, 1 from the right side. Granted, he has batted more from the left side of the plate, but again, that's Gene Lamont's choice.
Baerga rips one to the galley in right center field. Johnson over quickly. Vizquel around to score, and it's a 1-run game. White Sox lead is pared to 6-5.
You do get that sinking feeling if you're the White Sox. You have to remember, at one time, the Sox led 5-0. Out in front of the count, Baerga gets a fastball and just rifles it into right center.
Good-looking stroke by Baerga. And now he represents the tying run aboard, and Albert Bell represents the go-ahead run. I told you the Indians can strike from behind. They've done it often. They have done it again.
And the more you do it, Chris, the more confidence you know you can do it again. The momentum in this ball game from the 5th inning, or from the 1st to the 5th, was with the White Sox. Since the 6th, it's been the other way.
Ripped to left field over a leaping Ventura. Baerga around second and third. Range will throw it to second. Bell is in with a double. Runners at second and third.
Never out of it. They're like a quick strike offense in football. And watch how Albert Bell slashes down on this ball. That ball just above the belt, middle end, and he just tomahawks that pitch down the left field line.
Now listen to the chant. You know who's up.
Well, I'm just wondering if 3 could be the big number in this inning.
Oh, pulled the chain on it, did DeLeon, and Murray swung and missed.
That's one thing about Eddie Murray at this stage in his career. He will gear more for the fastball because he can't afford to look for the breaking pitch and adjust to a good fastball. So I would say 80% of the time he is looking for that #1 pitch.
Off speed again to Murray, misses inside, 1-1.
And this is where you do him a little bit of a favor. If you throw the off speed over for a strike, that's one thing, but the more you throw it and miss the strike zone, the better idea that Murray has of what that pitch will do. So as each pitch has a profile, you see what it does and how it reacts. That's what a hitter picks up as early as possible, and then we'll try to attack the ball.
Inside, way inside, 2-1. So with 1 out, Vizquel double, Baerga single, Bell double, all of them blue darts. Ripped foul. Another rope.
Well, Ron Karkovice would go out and say, that's what I wanted, but that's not where I wanted it thrown.
But this man made a play. He hurt the other hand. He's going to go home with bandages and a ball. That's right. Gene Goodig's signature on it. President of the American. What about you? Those muted Coleman balls. I don't, you know. Count is 2-2 to Eddie Murray. Off-speed chest got a piece of it. He'll stay alive. With Manny Ramirez on deck. Has had the success against DeLeon.
And I would guess for the most part the reason for that is because DeLeon has been behind in the count. Eddie Murray is a student of the game, a hitting professor, and he hits off the count.
As the rain starts to come all of a sudden, up the middle, but the Ozzie Guillen had him played perfectly to Thomas, but the Indians have tied the game. Baerga scores, and we are knotted up at 6.
Well, they'll give up the run for the out. And Gene Lamont is saying that I guess he has a little more confidence in his bullpen than Cleveland. But the Indians have been pitching better out of the bullpen than the White Sox have. And I think if you match up man for man, hitting-wise, you'd give the advantage to the Indians as well.
Manny Ramirez looks at a off-speed pitch which floated a little bit in the wet on DeLeon. And it's ball 1. Go-ahead run now. Albert Bell 90 feet away at third base. Moving up on that ground out by Murray. So 4 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, and the 6-0 White Sox lead is gone. Oh! There's a curveball that didn't even make it to the back of the batter's box.
He got us both on that one.
Hey, tell you, let's not underestimate the way Karkovice popped out. Remember, the go-ahead runs here at third base.
Yeah, well, this ball kind of squirts out of the hand, almost hits the bat. As Ramirez ducks beneath the pitch.
Off speed again after his fastballs got ripped by Baerga and Bell. We're going all off speed as DeLeon, but he's behind 3-0. Do you green light him as hot as he's going?
Yes. If it's there, hit it. But if it's not in your zone, you have to look in one area.
It was up high, so a 4-pitch walk to Ramirez. Runners at the corner. And the last time there were 2 aboard for Dave Winfield, he hit it into the left field seats. Winfield's first home run as a member of the Cleveland Indians came the last inning. If you're just joining us, made a 6-1 game, 6-4. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. And again, off speed outside. DeLeon having trouble finding the plate. The rains have, well, they haven't stopped 100%. They have not stopped, but it's slowed down a tad. Well, we've seen some sun, we've seen some rain, we've seen ominous skies. Looks like it's clearing up now past the left field line.
And we've seen a pretty good ball game.
Yes, we have. Oh, by the way.
Yes, and by the way, Dave Winfield, I'm sure, has not seen much right-handed pitching this year. Getting a chance to look at DeLeon.
Usually Sorrento, but once they start, I think they leave him in most situations, especially after he's hit a home run.
Well, you know his confidence is certainly a lot higher right now. Oh. But that's the one pitch I think Winfield would have problems with if DeLeon could get it over the plate. The first breaking ball he threw Winfield, Dave kind of flinched and backed off. He didn't pick it up real well. A little better the second time around, but now as DeLeon falls behind in the count, he gets more in the danger zone. Winfield, I would guess that he's looking more for the fastball.
Ooh, hit the outside corner. Winfield didn't agree with Dale Ford behind the plate and will take a walk. Or at least out of the whole area of the plate to get his composure.
Well, what? Yeah, he did call it a strike.
2-2. 2 out, 2 on, 2 in. Count. So now Ramirez will be gone on the pitch from first to second. Albert Bell, the runner at third. Indians had only 3 hits in the first 5 innings, but they amassed 4 in the 6th. and 3 here in the 7th.
And it'd take a lot of guts to throw anything but a fastball in this situation, but that's what successful big league pitching is all about. It's an option that DeLeon has. Look out.
Just missed us here in the booth. The catch right below. And we'll do it again at 3-2. Tommy on deck, but all eyes are on Dave Winfield. DeLeon's pitch, swung on and missed. Got him with the high heater. And the Indians strand a pair, but they've scored a pair. Well, we have played 7 here on the holiday. And the scoreboard is the same. 6 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the White Sox. 6 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Indians. We'll be back.
Tied at 6 in Cleveland. We're also tied between the Padres and the Mets because Jeff Kent, who has suddenly got a little bit hot, knocks out his 5th home run of the year and ties the game at 2 apiece. The Cubs and the Braves, Marquise Grissom, this is his 3rd of the year, gave the Braves a 2-0 lead. Sammy Sosa, though, has a solo home run, his 10th. It's now 2-1. Back to Chris and Jim.
All right, John, so keeping us posted on the good action around the bigs, and there's some great action here. As fans bringing umbrellas, bringing no shirts, wearing hats, adorned all sorts of ways. And there's a lot of folks have run for cover or just gotten underneath. There's some interesting areas here. Dennis Martinez is now off the hook, and we begin anew. Tavares and DeLeon, your pitchers of record, as we begin inning number 8. 7-8-9 for the White Sox. Ray Durham, Ron Karkovice, Ozzie Guillen. The batters for the White Sox, who have squandered a 6-0 lead. Had a 14-12 game yesterday. Had a 7-hour and 39-minute double dip Wednesday with Texas. This is just this is like a bee sting for them, this game.
Yeah, well, the White Sox know all about the comeback situation. They were down 7-1 yesterday before turning their thunder loose.
So they came from 6 back, and now they're having it done unto them. Durham will foul it up. I started to say a lot of the folks have vacated the seats, but there's a lot of places you go underneath, and in these new ballparks, in Cleveland in particular, you can go to the concession stands and see the action, and there are also TVs all over, but we really can see the action, both sides of the concession. You can go to the far side and be buying a hot dog and look right at the game down the right and the left field line. It's great. Got the kiddie areas here where the kids get a little bored. I mean, the toddlers. You can go down slides, and you get dying like this here and watch a ball game. What would the old timers say? Would they believe any of this? Well, we hope that we have become part of your Memorial Day tradition. Folks celebrating that with parades across the country. And as we said, if you weren't with us at the beginning, we want to thank all the veterans who, well, A, just thank them, period. B, for letting us be a part of your special day. We owe a great deal of gratitude to you through the years, and especially when we think about it this year, 50 years after the finish of World War II. And we thank you all. Glad we could come into your homes. Our action continues here on ESPN at 7:30 tonight. The Dodgers at the Phillies, the team with the best record in baseball. Durham ripped it. Eddie Murray gloved it. 1 out. Well, if, like I said, the Dodgers are at the Phillies this evening. Lenny Dykstra back in the lineup for the Phils after missing a few games. Raul Mondesi back in right field after that big trade. I think a good one for both the Dodgers and the Expos. Kelly being in center. Mondesi's a fabulous right fielder. Dodgers Phillies at 7:30 Eastern. That'll also be our Wednesday game at 7:30 Wednesday night. Then following tonight's game, baseball tonight. So full of baseball here on the holiday. on ESPN. Hockey begins again on Thursday with the Western Conference Finals, round 1. Joe Louis Arena, Detroit. The Blackhawks and the Red Wings in an old-fashioned NHL battle. That'll be great. 7:30 on Thursday night. This is Ron Karkovice getting his first look at the youngster Julian Tavares, who impressed us, Jim. With now he's throwing more of the heat, but he came in and was throwing the off-speed stuff, and I think that it really had Devereaux fooled at the end of the last inning.
It really did. I don't think Devereaux knew or was quite sure what to look for, and you really have to like the way Tavares is throwing the ball. Not only his stuff, but his delivery. He really seems to be in control of his body. You see a lot of guys now. He's 6'2", which isn't huge, but good size for a pitcher. But his arm delivery, his arm speed, he seems so fluid, and the ball just jumps at you.
Count is 2-2 to Karkovice. Bases clear, 1 out, 8th inning, 6-6. We've seen 3 home runs by some guys with some pretty big names. Frank Thomas, a 2-run shot. Robin Ventura, a solo shot. Dave Winfield, a 3-run shot. Here's Big Dave, the DH, against the left-handed starter Alvarez. Here's Big Frank, home run number 8. In the 3rd inning. Seems like about 2 days ago. Swung on and missed by Karkovice. There's 2 down here in the White Sox 8th.
This kid throws his breaking ball so hard, looks like a little bit of a slider, and the spin is so tight, you really don't get a look at it at first. You just don't see that rotation. So as hard as it's coming, you're thinking fastball. Then when you start to go after the ball, that's when it takes that little break, and you just can't reach it. Count 2-2. The strike zone expands a little bit, so you really chase a pitch you might not if the count were in your favor.
The number 9 hitter, Ozzie Guillen, 1 for 3. Ran it a first a couple of times, singled his first time up to left field. That was back in the 2nd inning. Looking ahead to the Cleveland 8th. 8-9-1, Tommy, Phenia, and Lofton. Way ahead of that off-speed pitch. Boy, Tavares has really been impressive.
Ozzie fooled on this pitch. And Guillen, he's the type of hitter. The thing about Ozzie Guillen, I mean, he's a peppery little guy, great shortstop, but that is part of his problems. He will go after pitches at times where he becomes a little over-aggressive and chases the pitch out of the strike zone, well out of the strike zone, actually, when he was ahead in the count.
Just missed low and away. As far as just turned 22 last week. Like a week ago today. He was 22 years of age, born in Santiago, Dominican Republic. 15-6 in AAA last year at Charlotte. The year before, 93 at Single A League, he was 11-5 at Kinston. Had him up for a cup of coffee for a little bit in 93 and just 1 game last year in 94. Where he was cuffed around pretty well, but then again, he's only 20, 21 years old at the time.
But the experience he got last year should help him, and bringing him along in the bullpen as they are. And it might not be long, as you mentioned earlier, Chris, that this fellow might be in the starting rotation.
He loses Guillen. The 4th batter he's faced, the first man that's reached. Ozzie's aboard for the 2nd time today, and we'll bring up Major Lance Johnson.
Well, you might need a little reminder right now. Sometimes you get those first 2 outs. You think you might have a cruiser inning, and the next thing you know, that harmless little walk that we've already seen come back and hurt earlier in the game could happen again. So you really have to kind of reset your mind, get the concentration back, and that's where the catcher comes into play. After the walk, Tony Phenia went halfway to the mound, a couple of words to his pitcher, so that might have been the discussion.
Lance Johnson is 0 for 4, but has scored a run. Scored on that wild pitch in the bizarre 4th inning, reaching a fielder's choice. Did go around. It's 1 strike. The left-hander up in the Cleveland bullpen is Paul Orville Ossenmacher, the famous maker of popcorn. He's up there throwing. He's a valuable pitcher. Extremely tough on lefties.
The kind of stuff that Ossenmacher has, and being a left-hander with that, I'm surprised at how many ball clubs he has been bounced around.
I am too. I'm glad you said that. I was puzzled by that. He comes in, we'll give you his list.
Another fellow that was with the White Sox last year. Again, I'm sure at some point early in the year that he had looked around and said, I wish we had a couple of these guys back.
Hit pretty well to right field. Manny Ramirez first fooled on it, then moves back and makes the play. Lance Johnson hits it well, but is gone. So, nothing doing for the White Sox in the 8th. The Tribe up next to try and break this 6-6. Bottom of the 8th inning here at Jacobs Field in Cleveland. The White Sox led it 6-0. 4 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th by the Tribe, and that's where we stand. I've kind of got the cheering out of them for a little bit here, although here they're drumming it up again. They so excited they got back in the game, then the rains came. It's a little quiet. Jim Thome, Tony Pena, Kenny Lofton facing Jose DeLeon, who came on in relief with 1 out in the 7th inning for Wilson Alvarez and provided some relief. I guess that's the way to say it.
Kept him in the game.
Right. Of course, they had a lead at the time, but he inherited a runner at second base. It was hit by, gave up a couple of hits in a row and a walk, but struck out Winfield with 2 on to end it. So a whole new inning for Jose DeLeon.
Yeah, and we've touched on it a couple of times about the White Sox bullpen, Chris, and we've also mentioned that this is a 4-game series, so you know what this Cleveland lineup can do to a bullpen. I would say pretty important for Jose DeLeon to try and give Gene Lamont as much as he can, as long as he can, try to get this game over with by not having to go to the bullpen more than, let's say, once, twice. Only one team in the American League has used their bullpen more than the White Sox, and that's the Angels. It's kind of strange that they lead their division, but White Sox #2 in making the call to the bullpen.
Ripped down the right field line. It's a fair ball. And it takes a weird hop in front of Devereaux, and it'll go for a double. Ball never did reach the corner. And the Indians' stick work just continues.
Pitch may be up a little bit, and watch Thome level off on this one. That ball right around the letters, and he kind of hooks the ball. Now we get a chance to see what it hit down there. Well, the railing, and then kicks out. Looks like it was 2 bases anyway, and you don't know if it... maybe the good part about that is only 2 bases by the ball kicking out. Sometimes it gets in the corner, it could kick out beyond the outfielder and turns into a triple. So in this case, it's a 2-base hit. Now we'll have a pinch runner.
And that'll be the utility outfielder here, Wayne Kirby, brother of the running back Terry Kirby for the Miami Dolphins. Kirby will be the pinch runner, the go-ahead run now at second base for Thome. Tony Pena, number 9 hitter. You say, well, we have a breather. Not the case. Pena 2 for 3.
Tony used to be very good at hitting the ball the other way, Chris, and not just the pitch away. He was pretty good at inside out. Well, they're going to take the bat and say, oh, they don't have to.
They don't have to. It's bounced past Karkovice and Kirby to third.
You try to do all you can. Pena's showing bunt, the breaking ball in the dirt, and we have seen DeLeon has not had good command of that particular pitch. They decide to go with a breaking pitch anyway. A good fastball is more difficult to hit. In fact, in the earlier days, as hard as DeLeon threw, you didn't feel very comfortable bunting off of him. Doesn't throw as hard as he used to, obviously, but a breaking ball and a lower percentage pitch. Now the White Sox have to bring the infield up.
Pena hits it to left field, but it will drift foul and into the seats.
You know, I think this is very ironic because when DeLeon came up as a youngster, Tony Pena was his catcher. And there were some people that thought Tony, in a sense, mishandled Jose a little bit by the way he would use that forkball. When DeLeon came up, he fell in love with that pitch, but he had such an explosive fastball, Chris, he didn't use it enough. And now they're facing each other, one trying to beat the other. And again, early in his career, when Jose came to the big leagues, it was Tony that really had an awful lot to do with his career. And I'm not saying he was a bad catcher or anything, but there were people that did second guess, because here's a guy that had overpowering stuff. In fact, Dale Murphy told me one day, in those days, he would rather face Dwight Gooden, who was in his prime. He would rather face Gooden than DeLeon, because he knew what to look for, at least from Gooden. With DeLeon, he had no clue what to look for. But the big problem was Jose just was not consistent with getting the ball over and staying in front of the hitters.
Count is 1-2. Phenia drives it to right center field. It's a run all the way to the wall. The Indians have the lead. Phenia has an extra base hit. Tony Pena's double has scored Wayne Kirby, and the Indians, who trailed at 6-0, now lead it 7-6. Lamont on his way to the mound, and here's the swing. Phenia has been on the ball today, Jim.
Well, when Sandy Alomar went down, I'm sure a lot of people went, uh-oh, we're going to be hurt, but Phenia picks it up, gets some very big hits. There's Gene Lamont watching the action. I think that pretty much tells the story.
Well, it didn't take him long to start the walk, did it?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, Phenia used to be very good at hitting the ball the other way. With the runner at second, you think without him having to bunt, he may try to go the other way. The wild pitch takes him off the hook. But Tony, and again, when you use that term, smart hitting. He showed smart hitting there by not trying to pull DeLeon. Takes the pitch the other way, rifles it to right center, and has the Indians on top, and now they're looking for some insurance.
So DeLeon, who did not have it, is gone. Tim Fortuno, who was a 30-year-old rookie a couple of years ago with California. The left-hander comes in, throws pretty good gas, but the damage may have been done.
Well, the momentum factor. It's gone back and forth, and now the Indians with the lead, and we've already pretty much documented how they play in this ballpark and how much they dominate other ball clubs here. And when you get that feeling, you always seem to think that you can come back, and once you get the lead late in the ball game, then the party's over. So the Indians have their bullpen up once again.
That'll probably be Mesa.
Yep, let him come in and slam the lid on things.
Well, the Cleveland Indians, we told you how time and time again they have come from behind. Remember, they got 19 of the next 23 here at home. They had the best record in the majors last year at home. They've only played 9 home games thus far, 6-3 at home, and 12-6 on the road. So it bodes well for what's coming, especially the way they start off this series, if they can shut it down.
Well, the White Sox know they have a tough road to hoe right now. They lose this game, they drop 8 games behind. And we've already documented again the fact that they've lost some pretty good players on their ball club from last year. And trying to come back against a class team. Remember one thing about the Indians. You know what we haven't seen today about this club that they do pretty well? Is run. They can beat you just about any way, and that's a sign of a good ball club. If they can out-hit you, out-pitch you, defense getting better, and very good speed. We haven't even seen the speed game today.
Here's a guy you're talking about with the speed. Kenny Lofton shows bunt, pulls it back, strike 1. Little load on Fortuno. He will go down in the history books as the man that gave up George Brett's 3,000th base hit. Now, you say, oh boy, he's bummed out. He's doesn't know how to handle it. While Brett was all happy and in the moment and everything else, He picked him off at first base. So, I mean, that shows I wouldn't even have the guts to pick him off. You know, oh, you got the hit, enjoy yourself. He went over there and got George Abbott. I don't think George even made a move. I remember that. George went off laughing. If you wait till you're 30 years old to get to the bigs, you know, you don't owe anybody an apology for picking him off.
Oh, no.
Even a guy that has 3,000 hits. That's a Fortuno story. Kind of soon went to Kenny Lofton. Phenia with the insurance run at second base. Potential insurance run. Inside to Lofton, 3 and wide. Omar Vizquel on deck. The Indians had just 3 hits through 5 innings. Then the 6-4 runs on 4 hits. The big blow, a 3-run homer by Winfield after an RBI single by Ramirez. And the 7th by Baerga with a single. A ground up by Murray tied it. Here's the bunt by Lofton, but Ventura was there. I know Kenny's got the speed, but Robin Ventura was waiting for it. Of course, does get the runner over to third base, where a sac fly can get very valuable insurance. A good bunt by Lofton with Ventura knowing what he was doing.
Exactly. Yeah, what you try to do, you force the third baseman to field the ball, even though you have a left-handed pitcher, that if you don't bunt the ball right, the left-hander comes off the mound and you might have a play at third base. Phenia really doesn't run that well, so it takes somewhat of a good execution there to get the job done, and bunting it hard enough, doing that. Now the White Sox again drawing the infield up. This makes hitting a little bit easier.
Here is the switch hitting Omar Vizquel, who has ripped the ball twice to left field, once off the wall for a double his last time up. Ended up scoring a run. And the time before that, Raines made a leaping catch at the wall. There's the defense. Infield obviously pinched in.
One thing you don't see a lot of these days is the squeeze play. You have to be alert, make sure you don't get caught off guard, and keep everybody on the same page.
Would you do that with Phenia? I mean, he doesn't run horribly.
Well, see, that's the deal. A sacrifice fly, if you don't hit the ball deep enough, then Tony is not an automatic to score. So you might take your chances the other way around. But again, the guessing game between the two managers.
Vizquel, not normally someone you would think would deliver a sac fly, except the way he's been swinging the bat the last week. 3 home runs, the double today. And this is all of a sudden...
almost hits another one out.
Yeah, he's hitting with the power of Cal Ripken short all of a sudden. Where did this come from? He had 7 lifetime homers coming in. He hit 3 this week. Strike in the outside corner. 1-1. Days of the year, for at least a Judy Collins afternoon. I really don't know clouds at all.
Now I know that one.
Sun, yes, of course I do.
I know that one.
I'm sorry to quote Tavares. I mean, that was terrible. It's not my style at all. Well, you know, that will not happen again. We work again. Only rock and roll for me.
Okay, we almost saw it. Tony Phenia bluffed down the line, and I think what you see in this situation, you watch the coaches from the dugout. They look across and see if they can steal signs. Watch Karkovice. You'll see Phenia come down the line, but Karkovice had already called the pitch out. So the White Sox are looking for it. Didn't happen. That doesn't mean it won't. Vizquel is in front of the count, though, 2-1, so advantage is on his side at the moment.
Not far enough for Phenia to come home with. They just didn't quite squeeze it. Karkovice has missed it by a little.
I remember a ball game. Chuck Tanner was managing the Pirates, and he had called a pitch out in this very situation. The play didn't develop. Called the pitch out again, and it did develop. They got the runner at third. It isn't too often that you see that, but Chuck just had to hunch. Once you throw a pitch out, sometimes it's not a bad idea to come back with it, because
they figure that
on the other side, yeah.
Right. Well, no way to do it again. He can't get 2 balls.
And it's just, sometimes it's not knowing the signs or picking them up. It's a gut feeling.
Well, this is what you were talking about, not getting the ball out of the infield. Ventura will squeeze it. There are 2 out. Baerga coming up at first at the plate. John Saunders.
And we take you to the Rockies-Cardinals game in the 7th inning. Brian Jordan at the plate and sends this one out to right field. Darnell Coles comes in to score to make it 4-3. Geronimo Pena had a sac fly to tie the game, but John Vanderwall comes back with his single to score Andres Galarraga, and the Rockies retake the lead 5-4. Back to Chris and Jim.
All right, John, now here's your rock and roll, John. All in all, it's just another brick in the Vanderwall with the big hit. Don't get to use it that often, but always trot out Pink Floyd when we can. Carlos Baerga was 0 for 2 in kind of a ho-hum day, but ripped a single and scored in the 6th on Ramirez base hit, and then drove in the 5th Indians run with a single, then later came around to score on the Eddie Murray ground out to tie the game.
Well, the value of having a switch hitter in this situation. Has batted right-handed 3 times, left-handed once, now back to the right side.
Up top and outside, count us 1-1. If you're looking ahead to the White Sox 9th, Tim Raines, Frank Thomas, John Kruk. That's who they would like up. Of course, they didn't expect them up in a catch-up mode, but at least if you're going to play catch-up, the big hurt is your second hitter. So please don't turn the dial, not now. Just a little to the side of us and below the White Sox radio booth with John Rooney and our good friend Ed Farmer. Everybody broadcasting this, the Hawk, Short. Of course, the score wouldn't be coming to Cleveland without seeing Hurt.
What a guy he is.
What a pitcher he was. He could have been. Gets under it, does Baerga. So does Tim Raines. And the Indians strand an insurance run at third, but Tony Pena's double has given the Indians the 7-6 lead. Jose Mesa trying to shut the door in the White Sox 9th. Say sellout crowd 41,736 is what's listed. That's 100 or 2 lower than the record, but it was advertised as sellout, and the kids having a good time. It's getting on 3 hours and 15 minutes, but the home club is ahead. And Jose Mesa, the fireballer, who has clocked 3 straight pitches in his second to last outing at 98 miles an hour. He's been 8 for 8 for saves, although he made him sweat a little bit yesterday before nailing it down at Toronto. Mesa will try and nail it down.
Yeah, and very quickly with Mesa, the words on him, all he has to do is get it over. That's how good a stuff this guy has, or what kind of stuff he has. And we've seen one pitcher already who had allowed a 3,000th hit. Well, Mesa gave up Robin Yount's 3,000th hit in 1992, so he's joining the parade.
What's the rush? Oh, they got it in the bag now. You see, now they're used to this winning tradition here in Cleveland the last 2 seasons, and they're like gone. Oh, no problem. It's Mesa. It's a lock. Well, Raines, Thomas, and Kruk hold the phone.
Well, let's see how important it is now to get Tim Raines out in front of Frank Thomas.
You mentioned it twice. Timmy got aboard in the 1st inning on a bunt single. Scored on Ventura's single. Led off the 3rd with a single. Scored on Thomas's 8th home run. And popped the 2nd and walked. But 1 pitch, 1 out for Jose Mesa. It didn't take long for the 28-year-old Dominican Republican to get the 1st out here in the 9th inning.
Mark of a good reliever other than having stuff, which is obvious, coming in and throwing strikes. Mesa has walked 5 in his 15 innings, but he has struck out 13. So in 15 innings, 13 strikeouts, he takes the ball out of play quite frequently and blows that one pretty much by Frank Thomas. This is where you have to turn it up a notch if you're a hitter.
Oh, 1 pitch to Thomas. Snaps him up a little bit high. 1-1. Now back by Thomas. Kind of a semi-check swing, and the crowd can sense it. It's 1-2.
Might be a little difficult to pick up the ball, even though it has been an overcast day. think you may be adjusted to the sun or non-sun here, but this guy throws quite a bit harder than what Frank Thomas has been looking at so far today. Yes.
Run up Frank Thomas. 2 up, 2 down in the White Sox ninth.
Chris, when you're that big and that strong as a hitter facing a fireballer like Mesa, you have a tendency to get your bat started a little too quick. And that's what Thomas does. He starts the bat, and even as strong as he is, couldn't stop from going around.
That auto racing coming up next. We're going to scoop if and when it ends. Here, Rooker, ground ball, fielded by Mesa. And the Cleveland Indians spot the White Sox a 6-0 lead and win it 7-6. Impressive, aren't they, Jim?
Very, and making a statement. The White Sox have really been deflated today, and they know how important the rest of this series becomes.
Dodgers and Phillies at 7:30 tonight. Lime Rock Grand Prix from the northeast corner of our state, Connecticut, coming up next. For Jim Rooker, I'm Chris Berman. Thanks for watching here in Cleveland. We saw a dandy. The Cleveland Indians, the team with the best record in the American League, continue. Dave Winfield and the Indians win it 7-6.
On baseball tonight, Ricky doing the Ricky special, but would it be enough for the A's against El Presidente? El Cid throwing El Heath in his first start as a fill. McRae and the Cubs take a mighty swing at slowing down the red-hot Reds. The Crucker, trouble in his first start at first base. Atlanta's pitching control problems stare Tony in the face, while a controversy at Camden got Bob Boone to lose control. We may be spinning out of control, but we're not going to hurt you. We'll keep you company on Baseball Tonight. It's up next. This year, the Indians have more than picked up when they left off. They've picked up and taken off. Took them 83 games to win 50 last year. After 70 games this season, they've got 49. 8 of those directly credited to Dennis Martinez, and the team 12-2 in games he starts. He's avoided mistakes, giving up less than 1 home run per 9 innings. That's tops on the team. That's 7th best in the league. That's Dennis Martinez. And that's Ricky Henderson. His 67th career leadoff home run just adds to his record. His 6th of the year, and it's 1-zip. That's a mistake. This is a mistake. Mark Akers taken out by Albert Bell. His 15th of the year. That was in the bottom of the 7th. And it's tied at 3. Bottom of the 9th, same score. Baerga on first, having a huge offensive game. Bell. He doubles off Van Poppel. Baerga rounds third. He's being told to stay. Carlos runs right through it. And Baerga gets nailed at the plate. So we go to extras. Top of the 12th, nobody's out, still 3-3. Ricky's on third. Javier's fly to right. Manny Ramirez has a gun. He cannot get Ricky. It's 4-3 A's. 2 out, bottom 12. Lofton's at second. X on the mound, and Manny's at the plate.
Swing and a long drive. Deep left. Way back. Goal! Manny Ramirez has won it. Halfway up the bleachers and left. A 2-run homer on a 2-2 pitch in the 12th. How about these Indians?
Doesn't take much to read lips there. X says, wow. Ramirez in a graded bat fouled several off, and then he took them deep. A 4-game sweep for the Indians. They are now 6-0 in extra inning games. The A's 0-8. McGuire in the DH role, 0 for 4. Baerga had 5 hits. Boosted his average to 339, went 5 for 6. Tigers playing 2 against California.
Visiting a team with a 29-11 record at home this season. Tribe and Cherubs at the Jake. How many 3,000 hit guys in the ballpark? 3, counting Angels coach Rod Carew. In the third, as Jim Edmonds gets frozen pizza on strike 3. Who consoles him back in the dugout after the argument? Rod Carew, hitting guru of the Angels. Don't do that. You always bat with a bat in your hands. Here's Edmonds in the 5th, and he answers it. It's deep, and I don't think it's playable. It's past the max. It's 3-0 Angels off Mark Clark. His 17th, the Indians rally in the 5th. Manny Ramirez singles to left. Carlos Baerga rounds third, and they're not... No, I'm tired of it, too. Game tied at 3. Top 6, Garrett Anderson unloads on Clark. Long fly ball, deep right field. It's gone. 5-3 Angels, a 2-run job for the youngster. And then on the bottom of the 9th, Lee Smith on to close. facing the pinch hitter, Wayne Kirby. Kirby down first, JT Snow, full extension, and then that nightmare. Crawl, you'll never get there. Man at first. Omar Vizquel. Grounder, liner to short off the top of DiSarcina's glove. Everybody's safe, tough chance. Run at first and third. Albert Bell is on deck. The decision is made. Carlos Baerga, an almost intentional 3-0 pitch for the walk. Albert Bell, bases loaded.
And the pitch. Right side, deep center field. Way back. That ball is gone. A grand slam home run. Albert Bell has won the game for the Indians.
Indians 7, Angels 5. Holy Bill Wamscance, Batman. The Angels have been averaging 8 runs a game over the last 6. They had won 10 of 13. But now the Tribe has won twice in their last ups in the last 3 days. Speaking of which, it was their former co-tenants at Cleveland's Municipal Stadium, the Browns, under Brian Sipe, who were the original Cardiac Kids. Sam Ratigliano makes the big show. Now it's the Tribe. 5 wins after trailing after 8. They've only lost one-run game at home, and this was not that game.
The California Angels seem to have stopped pinching themselves and realized they can play with anyone. Latest proof came last night in Cleveland when they walloped the best team in baseball. Now, could they do it again when the battle of division leaders continued tonight? Well, let's look. Jacobs Field, and all-star Jim Edmonds facing Mark Clark. And watch him just, well, this is Boston, of course, and we see some great play here in the right field. But there's Jim Edmonds. We'll go right back to Cleveland. And he will just rope one over and out and get California a 3-0 lead in a hurry. 17 homers, 64 RBIs for Edmonds. Clark's in a hole. The Indians come back, though, with 3 straight RBI singles. Carlos Baerga, Albert Bell, followed by Manny Ramirez as that lineup just keeps on pumping them out, ties the game at 3. But the Angels reload and regain the lead. Man on first, and he takes off, but no hit and run necessary here. Young Garrett Anderson takes it deep and out, and it's a 5-3 Halos lead. California turns up the defense here. Grounder off Langston's glove. The starter fielded by Gary DiSarcina, a 1-6-3 putout. Langston handed the ball to the bullpen. And here is the duel. Lee Smith came on to close the show. 1 out, bases loaded for Albert Bell. He got 2 quick strikes on him and then hung a slider. And this one goes to the deepest part of Jacobs Field, over and out. And yes, more drama in Cleveland at the last moment. Smith walks off dejected, and the fans just don't want to leave again. So that's the story again. And right after the game, Bell put the headsets on and talked about what's developed into a mystique. Those last gasp rallies that snatch victory from the jaws of defeat in Cleveland this season.
Playing at our home ballpark. It's a new stadium. We got sellout crowds. Fans are going crazy, but I'm not real thrilled about the idea of coming from behind all the time.
The other leads its division by 16.5 games, is a perpetual sellout, and hasn't sniffed a title in 40 years. Well, the twain might very well meet in October without leaving the state. The Cleveland Indians and the Cincinnati Reds, with 2 very different histories and 2 very different approaches with the very same goal. Mark Schwartz reports tonight's cover story.
Cincinnati had the big red machine. Cleveland, the guy with the drum. They called Cincinnati world champs. They called Cleveland the mistake on the lake.
Cleveland never was a baseball town too much. Not during my time. It might have been before, but Cleveland never was anything.
Comes inside. High fly ball. Deep left field. Henderson looks up. The ball is gone, and the Indians win the game. Manny Ramirez, a 2-out, 2-run home run in the bottom of the 12th inning. The sweep is complete.
This is it. Nothing else counts. New taxes, old taxes, the economy, business is closing, business is coming, the Browns, the Cavaliers, all that stuff doesn't mean a thing. You know, the Bosnia, that could be on Mars.
Cleveland and Cincinnati are 250 miles apart. Both have first-place teams. That's where the comparisons end. Tribe fans are starving. They've won nothing since 1954. Reds fans are angry and hurt. First-place teams are nothing new here, but 15% declines in attendance are,
It's not the avid baseball fan that's not coming to the Reds game. It's the fans that came to the game that aren't baseball fans, the borderline type fans, and that's about 10,000 fans a game, and you've lost them for a while because of the scars of what took place in baseball.
41 years of lacking a champion will cover a lot of current pain.
When people think of a great baseball town in the state of Ohio, what town do they think of in 1995?
Cincinnati.
No, I would not agree that they think of Cincinnati. They think of the Indians right now.
Right, so things have changed.
You're damn right they have.
To get a feel for how much, what better barometer than the state capital, Columbus, located nearly midway between Cincinnati and Cleveland. Columbus has historically been considered a Red stronghold, but now the battle has been joined.
Sports Radio, 1460 WBNS.
Like Bill Veck said, 50 years ago, 40 years ago, that the Indians are a sleeping giant, and as soon as they get a winner up there, Cleveland's just going to burst, and I think Columbus is hopping along with them.
This is a Reds town because it's a winning town, and the Indians haven't won anything yet.
On my show, I would guess, 70% of the callers this spring and summer, since the strike's been over, are Indian fans.
Has the Indian success directly cut into your fan base?
I don't think there's any question it has to an extent.
If you're a family traveling around the country and you want to stop in Ohio to see a baseball game, why would you come here instead of Jacobs Field?
You've got a good point there, honey.
If you put us in Jacobs Field and you put the Indians down here, I'll tell you right now that we'll sell out every single day.
The Reds believe that to compete financially, they need their own version of the Jake, with its luxury boxes and fan-friendly features.
I can't believe in 25 years that Riverfront Stadium's obsolete. I just can't believe that. I mean, it's a beautiful place to play, a beautiful place to watch a game.
It's not a baseball facility. It's a little drab, it's dank, it's damp. You don't have the atmosphere.
It may be drab, it may be dank, but hey, the average ticket in Cleveland is 52% more expensive than the average seat at Riverfront.
Well, honey, we have the lowest ticket prices in the whole country. I mean, it's unbelievable. $1 hot dog, where you go and get a $1 hot dog.
No longer is it a hot dog and beer sitting in your seat. They want Caesar salad with Evian water or turkey on wheat and sit at a picnic table and be comfortable.
The Reds don't offer new age foods, and slick marketing is just not their style. In fact, if you ask the owner about promotion, the first star she mentions is her St. Bernard.
How would you want to promote this team? Or do you think people should just come because you've always been here?
I think they should come because we've always been here.
We have adopted a philosophy that the Cleveland Indians are about our players.
You talk to Cleveland, they're promoting their players.
No, we don't do that. We don't do that.
Our philosophy's been we're not going to spend any money to bring people in. We're going to do it with our product.
Moments after we spoke with Sanders, Cincinnati traded its most marketable star. Different philosophies, different ballparks, different expectations. It makes for a fascinating battle here in Ohio, a battle that could be decided along Interstate 71 this October.
I think the telltale where we can walk up to our colleagues at the Reds and shake their hands and smile is when we beat them in the World Series.
In Ohio, I'm Mark Schwartz, ESPN.
Well, the teams are the winningest in their respective leagues. The Indians on the insane 700 pace. Each team second in the league in runs scored. Indians third in the majors. In attendance, it could be a Buckeye World Series. Hey, grab your Rand.
Joining us, we welcome in the Cleveland Indians manager, Mike Hargrove, and it's good to see you. Thanks for coming on the program, and congratulations on the work so far.
Well, so far, so good. I've been dodging the people keep saying, you're going to win this, you're going to win that, and having never won anything before, we're not going to take anything for granted.
Yeah, even you played 12 seasons in major leagues, never got to the playoffs as a player, and
right.
Of course managing a different level. So are you a little cautious?
Well, I played on teams where we finished second. We've won 94 games in 1977 when I was with the Rangers, and Kansas City won 108, I believe 102 that year. So we finished 8 games out after winning 94 games. So you never take things for granted. I think Kansas City won like 28 out of their last 32 games that year to just blow everybody away. So far, so good. We'll play tonight, and we'll play tomorrow, and we'll take our chances.
But do you manage a little bit differently, Mike? I mean, because players, some young players might not have experienced what you have in the past, and they might get caught up in, well, we've already got the division wrapped up.
Well, you know, we're really fortunate in the bunch of guys we've got. Besides having a lot of talent, they're very realistic about what they're doing. They've got a lot of character to them, and they enjoy playing the game. What has been encouraging to me is that we haven't had to fight any complacency. I've been concerned at times about it, but haven't really had to be really worried about it to where we go after it.
Do you look for that? Do you kind of watch and double check?
Yeah, you do. But our players, you know, they're saying all the right things to the media, saying, you know, there's a lot still good baseball to play, and we have to pay attention to our P's and Q's to stay there.
What does it mean to you personally at this point? You've played for the Indians. You managed at the different levels in the organization. You were there when the team, when you took over and lost 105 games in '91. To have this kind of success now, to feel it in the city, in the organization, to get the respect you're getting around the game.
Well, I don't know that you can describe the feeling or really put it into words. For 40 years, Cleveland has not won, and probably for 25 of those years, they've had no chance to win. Yeah. And you know, it's one thing to go out and state a goal and develop a program and dedicate your efforts toward a certain direction and to certain people. And it's easy to broadcast that. I mean, It's easy to stick it out there. It's very difficult. The hard part is sticking to your guns. And there's been a lot of people in our organization that have put a lot of hours in behind the scenes that don't get the credit they deserve. And from our minor league people all the way at Watertown to our business office, front office people. John Hart has done a tremendous job, as has Danny O'Dowd and Mark Shapiro, to keep us focused, keep us on that track. And when one of us wants to kind of jump off track and do something that may hurry the process along or would have hurried the process along, there's been one of us there to say, wait a minute now, if this thing's going to work and if it's going to last, which we want it to last beyond 95. It's going to last in 96, 97, 98, 99, then we've got to take it a step at a time and stay with the plan that we developed and have confidence in this and show it to other people.
Can you give us an example of where that might have, maybe was it trading of a...
Well, I probably in the last couple of years, probably a couple of years ago, the tendency to go out and sign a free agent, especially maybe a big name free agent pitcher that would come in and it would have jumped the gun. We didn't feel that our position players were ready to win at that time, and I mean by that I mean they were very good and very competitive, but to win on a consistent basis, and that's what wins, at least in baseball. I don't know about football or basketball, but baseball's usually, except for this year, is usually 162 games, and it really is consistency which tells in the end, and we didn't feel that our position players are really ready for that consistency, and to go out and to get a big name free agent really was not going to be the thing to do, and really probably would set our development back.
But you seem to have that team now, so a free agent or getting maybe another big name is something that I don't know what you need to get over the top. But we've heard the rumors, the Brett Saberhagen trade. Is that
well, we've got people out looking at all the names that are out there that everybody else is looking at. Facero, Saberhagen, Cone, Ken Hill, Tapani, all the names that everybody else is discussing, we're out there with them looking. I don't know that that we're really going to do a deal or we're close to doing a deal, but we're certainly positioning ourselves for that possibility.
Is that for more postseason that you need that pitching?
Well, that's you look at a playoff schedule, and if we do get to there, again, I don't want to put the cart before the horse. Right. But if we do get to there, you don't usually use a 5-man rotation. You'll go with a 3 or 4-man rotation, and if we feel that we need it and we can get it done, then that just makes us stronger. It doesn't guarantee anything, but it just gives us a better chance. I don't know that we'll do it. The people we have are doing a tremendous job. Chad O.J., Mark Clark, Dennis Martinez, Charlie Nagy, and Oral Hershiser have done a tremendous job, as also has our bullpen.
But you can never have enough pitching, right? And you still, good pitching beats good hitting? Is that still?
Well, that's what, yeah.
Although you guys are doing everything pretty good.
Well, I'd rather be lucky than good. I think maybe that's what it comes down to. We've got a very good hitting lineup, and they're aggressive hitters, they're aggressive base runners, and they enjoy playing the game, as I said earlier. but good pitching will dominate good hitting, and we've seen that happen to us.
So a reason for the Indians to keep an eye out on pitching. We're going to ask Mike Hargrove about how instrumental he was in signing the big core, the big three of Bell, Baerga, and Kenny Lofton. We are with the manager of the Cleveland Indians up close. More with Mike Hargrove in a moment. Don't go away. Back with Mike Hargrove, 5th season as the manager of the Indians. You talk about a plan and securing some of the young players that you and John Hart did. Were you on a 5-year plan? It's one thing to sign players, but to sign the right ones is important.
Well, that is very important. I don't think it was really any one person. It was a combination of a lot of people. Of course, John Hart had to pull the trigger and give the final say-so, but it's been a good plan for us because we've given our players fair contracts, and it's been fair to us too, fair to them, fair to us, and everybody always wants loyalty. Mm-hmm. You know, they say be loyal to me, but how do you show loyalty back to them? And I think that this is one of the good things that's come out of this is that the players that we have felt that we are loyal to them too, and which we are.
And how do you show that? Is it the contract? Is it other ways?
I think it's a contract. I think it's backing them up in whatever decisions they make. I think it's as far as communicating to them and letting them know who you are, no hidden agendas, just being, what you see is what you get. And I think it all starts with honesty. And if you can be honest and be truthful with people and they see you for who you are, then they can either like you or dislike you, and you go on down the road.
So yeah, you played and for and with some people that I'm sure have influenced you and your style as a manager. Playing for Billy Martin, what did you take from him that's helping you now?
Billy was my first big league manager. I played 12 years in the big leagues. I think I played for 12 different managers. I'm not sure if that was an indictment on my career, but Billy may have been the best tactician that I ever saw in the big leagues, and I saw some very good managers. I didn't play for all of them, but I saw some very good ones. And Billy was in the habit at times of telling you moves the other manager was going to make and the moves he was going to use to counter those. And it just I'm here. I am a 23-year-old rookie or 22-year-old rookie, and I'm sitting there just absolutely amazed that this man is almost like he could read the other guy's mind. And so I watched Billy and
you use that now.
Well, yeah, I don't go out on that limb and start out loud second guessing the other manager, but I think a lot of my aggressiveness from Billy. Billy was attack, and if Billy ever had a problem on the field, he didn't know when to draw back. I think sometimes, but I think I've learned my aggressiveness from him. I think that Dave Garcia, who I played for in Cleveland. Right. I learned the value of letting your players see who you are, and that while you are the manager, you are concerned for them, not only on the field, but off the field with them and their families, and there to offer whatever advice or support that you can to them. And I learned the value of that in communication from Dave Garcia. So those two men probably had the greatest influence on me in my managing.
So you're out of the office a lot. Are you a player's manager? Is that a?
Well, I think you'd have to ask my players that.
Do you see yourself that
try
way?
to be. Yeah, I think so. I really do think so. There are times that I let go things that maybe I wouldn't have used to have let go, just because the personality of our club is such that this club's a very loose ball club.
You mean a player maybe stretching a...
Well, the bubble gum on the hat. We've all seen that, and they take gum and put it under a cup and stick it on the bat boy's hard hat, and we get right to the edge that enough's enough, and then they'll back off. So I said to Buddy Bell the other day, I said, do you realize sitting here how difficult it is for me to sit here and not go down there and pinch somebody's head off? Because that's my normal reaction is, gosh, dog it, you can't do that. Let's go. We got a game to play. But I back off that and watch these guys, and they are in the ball game. I mean, this is just a release for them. Yeah, and so it's no big deal. It's a good thing, and they never carry it too far. They know when to stop, and they know when it's time to go to work.
Pitcher Bob Tewksbury said something recently. Dallas Morning News, we can take a look at that quote, and it was about the time of the All-Star break, Phil Rogers' article, and he said, you look at the Indians, one guy's on the field for batting practice in a blue top, next guy in a red top. He said, one guy's taking infield with his bat on, the next guy a hat off. One guy walks to his position in left field. Nobody says a thing. So really kind of questioning the discipline maybe of your ball club.
Well, I think he was questioning my professionalism, and I've been questioned about a lot of things in my baseball life. I've been called a lot of things in my baseball life, but the one thing that I've never had questioned or never been called as unprofessional or somebody questioned my professionalism. I think that Bob, I don't know Bob. I've never said hello to Bob.
Did the Indians try to sign him, by the way?
Yeah, we were talking to him, and we ended up going and signing Oral Hershiser instead. And I've heard from a lot of people that Bob's a great guy. So I have to take it on their word that he's a good guy. I think that his comments were very irresponsible. I think that and irresponsible in the fact that I don't know that he has been with our ball club enough to know that nobody says anything to those people. We are issued blue and red tops. Those are our tops that we wear.
Hey, you don't have to explain to me. You got the best
yeah.
record in baseball. Did you send him? Did the team send him a photo?
I wanted to kill him. That's what I wanted to do.
So you're really bothered by this?
No, I'm not. I was when I first learned of it. I really was, because I was very, very upset because again, I don't like people questioning my professionalism. I take a great deal of pride in that. We sent him a picture. We had our team photo. And we took the traditional team picture.
Right.
And some of the guys had the idea that we would take one for Bob. So we had some guys put on their blue tops and some their red tops, and some of them took their hats off and turned them around backwards. And it was a gag. It was a joke. And we gave it in good humor. It wasn't a slam. It was in good humor and he received it in good humor and sent us back a nice little letter that had a couple of
good. Well, maybe he'll pitch for the team of the future. Now, with the attention you've been getting, you get people maybe that aren't the truest of baseball fans in Cleveland. Why do you have a sign in your office that specifies that you're a manager and not a coach? Well,
it's kind of baseball managers, and this is one of the first things I ever learned whenever I stepped on the field as a rookie in rookie ball in 1972. If I can remember that long ago. My manager was Bill Haywood in Geneva, New York. And I walked up to him, and I'm fresh out of college, and I said, Coach, can I do this? He said, wait a minute. He said, I'm the manager. I'm not a coach. And in baseball, you never call the manager coach. You either call him skipper, you call him by his first name, you call him by a nickname, but you don't call the manager coach. And I thought that was so silly when I first heard that. But as I went along and I heard people calling managers coaches, coach this, coach that, I thought, God, that just it's kind of like somebody grating their fingernails on a blackboard. We have a lot of interns with the Indians, and this one intern came in, his name's Brian Love, came in and said, Coach Hargrove. And I said, Brian, my name's not Coach. But he was about one of about 100 people that have come through in the week called me Coach.
He just happened to be at the back end of it.
That's right. So I went down to our strength and conditioning coach, Fernando Montes, and he's got a computer with a printer, and I said, can you print me a sign that says my name ain't Coach? He said, sure. So we did that, and I stuck it on my desk, and one of our writers saw it. It ended up in USA Today, and I got a big, this man named I think it's Mr. Cooper, I think his name, it was a sign about this long, it's about 5 inches, 6 inches wide, that says, in gold, embossed gold, it says, my name ain't Coach, so I've got that in my office.
What do your players call you? Do they call you?
No, my players call me a lot of things.
All right. Well,
they call me Grover. Most of them call me Grover.
And they'll call him the manager, maybe the team that's going to go to the World Series. The Cleveland Indians, last time they were there, 54. Last time they won, it was 48. Mike Hargrove wasn't even born at that time. More with the manager of the Indians when we come back on Up Close.
To dip it quickly, you have to brush it, you have to buff it, you have to trim split ends, fertilize it, blow dry it, seed it, water it, and then replace it.
Coming up on SportsCenter, the Cubs get the leather ready for the Expos. Frank Viola finds a new home for his comeback attempt, and it's deja vu for Nate Odoms and his injured right knee. SportsCenter, 6:30 Eastern Time.
We're back with Mike Hargrove, the Cleveland Indians manager. He's been there since 1991, and in '93, Mike, tragedy with Steve Owen and Tim Cruz. They were killed in a boating accident. Bob Ojeda survived, but hasn't been much the same, and the Indians had some problems after that. How did that incident shape you as a manager and this team?
I think everybody goes through life projecting an image of what they would like other people to think they are. And I think very, very few times do people ever get tested to the point to where they find out whether that image is truly them or not. And through that, the tragedy, I found out a lot of things about myself that I really liked, that I thought, yeah, that really is me, who I'm projecting. There's some things I didn't like too, but on the whole, I felt very, not good about myself, but I felt like that I was,
what did you like,
I was
though?
who I thought I was.
What was it that you liked?
That I could be a person that could function in a stressful time, a person that a strong person, I guess, and a person that believed and carried through with his convictions. I don't know, a lot of things. I liked me, you know. I guess that maybe, and that that helped. I was not a good manager that year. I really was not a good manager that year.
What,
No, I did not manage a baseball game very well that year.
Okay, from a technical sense,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I think I managed the personnel very well as far as.
Is it because you were caught up in?
Well, I think so. Yeah, and it wasn't really probably until the middle of July or early August that I realized that, and I realized it really with the help of John Hart. John set me down and said, Mike, you know, and I thought, gosh, he's right. And so I was able to turn it around and feel better about myself. But on the whole, that year was not a good year for Mike Hargrove, the manager, because I didn't manage the baseball game well.
Did baseball seem less important to you because of the closeness with the players?
No, you know what, Chris? It didn't seem less important. It seemed as important, if not more important. But I found myself when we would get into a situation and somebody wouldn't perform, and it wasn't that they wouldn't execute what they were supposed to do, and it was that they didn't even give it a chance. Say we had a man on second base, nobody out, and we've got a right-handed hitter at the plate, and he's a guy that's really not an RBI guy. He's got to hit the ball to the right side to get the man over, and he didn't try. Usually, I would be in his hip pocket real quick. I found myself going, you know, starting to say something and jump him a little bit, you know, to wake him up, shake him, to show him the error of his ways, and the compassionate side, which really took over.
Okay.
Would hold back. Now, wait a minute. Now, you know, he's been through a lot. You know, you don't want to, you know, fragile egos and all this stuff, and that was wrong. That was really wrong. So I think I learned a little bit from that regard that we all are a lot stronger than what we give each other credit for.
And the Indians, of course, doing fine right now. We're with Mike Hargrove on Up Close, and we'll have more in a moment. Don't go away. We're up close with Mike Hargrove, Indians manager, who last year during a live shot, this is during the strike, was on the air with his daughter, the youngest of his 5 children, and that's Shelley, kind of doing that old Saturday Night Live face, mugging the camera, stealing her father's attention, all the hassles of being a father and running a baseball team. Mike Hargrove, whose wife Sharon writes a column in the Indians newsletter called Sharon Views. The couple has moved, she says, more than 80 times since they were married in 1970. More with the manager of the Indians on Up Close in a moment. Usually this time of year in Cleveland, they talk Browns football, but they're talking about the Indians. And although Bill Belichick and Mike Hargrove have never really talked face-to-face, you have traded conversations through phone call and notes.
We have. We've talked on the phone a couple of times, and then notes of congratulations or condolences, whichever was warranted. He's a good man. He's a good coach. He does a good job. The Browns have a chance to have some fun this year.
You said you two shared, though, that common goal of building from the ground up and having success.
We did. We got into a conversation one night that lasted probably 30, 45 minutes, and it was really, we started comparing notes on what we were trying to do within our ball club as far as building a winning spirit or a winning process, and I found it really interesting that we both were doing a lot of the same things, trying to incorporate into our team.
Yeah, and dealing with the personnel and the players. You talked about being a communicator. Albert Bell, somebody you had in A-ball when you were managing at that time. Is he a difficult player to manage?
No, he's really not.
Is he different?
Albert's got his own way, you know, and I think once you understand that, and once he understands you and where you're coming from, that Albert, at least on the surface, responds to me. But Albert is maybe the most intense player I've ever been around in my life. He may be the most well-prepared hitter that I've ever been around in my life. This guy comes to play every day, and every at-bat is very, very important to him.
Key to communicating with him?
Be honest with him.
Straightforward.
That really is it. I mean, I think all relationships are built on trust. And once I can trust you and you can trust me, and you know I'm going to be honest with you, and I know that you're going to be honest with me, then there's a lot of things I can say to you that you normally may not want to hear. But I can say them to you now, and you will take them and use them.
Honestly, the Indians, with Albert Bell, maybe the best hitting Indians team ever, quick in the last few seconds. People compare them to the 27 Yanks with the kind of lineup you have.
Well, I never saw the 27 Yankees, so I don't know, but we've got some guys that can swing the bat 1 through 9. They're young, strong, aggressive hitters, and they're a lot of fun to watch.
All right, well, good luck the rest of the way, Mike. Thanks for coming on the program. All right, best to you and the city of Cleveland and the Indians as well. For Mike Hargrove, manager of the Cleveland Indians, I'm Chris Myers. Up close. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Take care.
Coming up next, a brutal collision in Pittsburgh. 2 players leave the game on stretchers. Can the Reds keep ripping along with the National League's best record? The Marlins take the measure of the newest giant. Does Deion come up short? The long run in Minnesota may be nearing an end. We'll hear from Kirby Puckett. Sad stuff in Seattle. Nate needs a new knee. Again. Monica Seles comes back from the depths of depression. Cry not for Frank Viola. He's getting another chance. But it's a fresh start for a Texas quarterback. We're making the best of it. This is SportsCenter.
Hi, welcome to the Tuesday Hour. Charlie Steiner along with Jack Edwards today, and Bob Lee is going to be joining us in just a few minutes. We're going to lead it off with baseball, a sport not generally known for violence. But today in Pittsburgh, we saw some.
Well, when outfielders go and get it in the gap, they aren't thinking about or looking at anything but the ball, Charlie. In the 25 years that Three Rivers Stadium has hosted football games, seldom, if ever, have 2 players been carried off the field on stretchers after the same play. That horrific scenario played itself out in right center field in the plastic pasture today in front of a padded but unmoving wall. This was one of the worst moments in baseball in years. Top of the 5th, Denny Nagel pitching to Jeff Blauser, driving it to right center. Jacob Brumfield from center, Dave Clark from right, and that is just a horrible collision. Brumfield actually made the catch. He would sit up. You see the lump on his head. Clark apparently moving his legs soon after he went down. The violence of the collision is magnified by the torque that Clark's neck takes when his head strikes the padded wall. Again, you see Dave Clark going into the wall at full speed. They brought the ambulance directly onto the field. Brumfield went onto the ambulance first. Both players were put in neck braces and taken off on stretchers. Dave Clark apparently conscious. Carlos Garcia has it in perspective. The incident in the outfield, much more important than the result of the game. No word yet from the hospital on the condition of the 2 injured Pirates, and if we get it during SportsCenter, we will pass it along to you immediately. The game stands 1-1 in the 8th. Al Martin has extended his hit streak to 12 games, but again, the main story is the injured players, and we will keep you up to date. The Cubs beat the Expos 6-5. This marks
Pulling in for the departed on the hill in Jacobs Field for the first time. Look out! Rich Becker almost took off his head. But Ken was right there, and his reaction was enough to save face. Twins up 3-2 in the 6th. 1 out. Brad Radke pitching. Jim Tomei tops one. Get over there. He's going to come home instead. Called safe at the plate. Carlos Baerga tied the game in a big inning. Then after a Manny Ramirez sac fly, it's Paul Sorrento playing wall ball. Tomei would come ahead with a winning run. They score 4 times in the 6th to pull it out by a 6-4 count Hill picks up his first American League win. He gave up 8 hits, 3 earned, struck out 3 in 6 innings. Jose Mesa is now 30 for 30. Blue Jays and Orioles. Bobby Bonilla had given the Orioles a 2-1 lead with his second home run as an Oriole. He's not
leading Cleveland right where they want him. They've got 56 games left to make up their 29.5 game deficit starting tonight. Hey, nobody said it was going to be easy, and nobody said Cleveland acquisition Ken Hill was going to be easy for anybody to solve. Even struggling Minnesota. Here's Hill making his second start for the Cleveland team. Got some defensive help from third baseman Jim Thome, robbing the play there and then getting Puckett forced at second base. Top 5 game tied at 1. Hill runs into a peck of trouble. Pat Mears up with a man on. It's going and it's gone. And it was deep, too. 3-1 Twins. Indians, though, come back in the bottom of the 6th. Watch Jim Thome ground the ball to first. Scott Stahoviak decides to come home, but Carlos Baerga belly flops in there, and he is safe, and the game's tied at 3. But this is a hard-hit baseball. Thome. Oh, man. It was about a foot off the ground all the way out. Line drive home run. Thome is murder on Twins pitching. The Indians go on to win it by a final count of 6-4 as Hill gets his first win in his second start with Cleveland. His first start, they did win the game, but he didn't get credit for it. And the Orioles and the Blue Jays at Baltimore. It's just done. Ed Sprague lines a shot to third in this wild one, but watch Jeff Houston extend.
Beat the Cleveland Indians 3 times this season. He has him tied 1-1 in the 5th inning at the Jake. Then Ken Hill hits Matt Walbeck, lead batter in the 5th. Pat Mears, the number 9 hitter, has hit the ball way back there. Kenny Lofton back to the track and watch it hit the cars out there. 3-1 Twins, 2-run homer for the 9th place hitter Mears. Still in the 5th. Rich Becker, ooh, that's that screaming ball. Ken Hill does a complete somersault, got a 3.7 from the judges. There's the catch again. Pure reflex, great play. Bottom 6, it's 3-2 Twins. Radke with 1 out. Jim Thome, the bouncer to Scott Stahoviak. The play is at the plate. They're not going to get him. You bet. Carlos Baerga beat the throw and slid home. It's a tie. Manny Ramirez sac fly to give the Indians the lead, and then Paul Soretto showing the Twins once again why they should not have traded him in the spring of '92. Thome scores 5-3 Indians, 4 in the 6th. Top 9, Kirby Puckett struck out by Jose Mesa with his 30th save in as many tries. Hill goes 6 for his first American League victory, 3 runs, 8 hits. The Indians, with the best record in baseball, now lead the Twins with the worst record in baseball by 30.5 games. And the Red Sox and Tigers held up by over 2 hours of rain, rain, rain. Baltimore pitching to the lid lifter, Mariano Rivera. A little ice cream on the cake here to Kenny Lofton with 2 on in the 3rd. Ruben Sierra with a great play, and Sorrento can tag up and score. It's 1-0 Indians. Bottom 5, Charles Nagy and Mike Stanley. You like what Valentin did in Boston? How about this? A home run to left field, his 13th. Stanley, 3-1 Yankees. Top 6, game tied at 3, Sorrento. Down the left field line, Albert Bell comes in to score, and now Stanley bats in the 6th with the bases loaded.
Fastball low, Stanley drills it, dead center, Lofton on the run, he's not going to get it, it's gone! A grand slam for Mike Stanley!
1 homer to left, 1 homer to center, Yankees up 7-5. What does Mike Stanley produce in the 8th inning against Jim Poole? That's right, it's a home run to right. 3 in 1 game. Yankees lead 9-5, but we go from curtain calls to just plain old curtains for the Yankees. Top 9, John Wetwood is in. Lofton waiting to pitch. Here's the windup. It is high. It is far. It is in Ruben Sierra's territory, and he is in big, clicking trouble. He did manage to touch his toe with his glove, though, on that play. Yankees lead is cut to 9-8. The next batter is Carlos Baerga, and bye-bye to the lead. Lofton scores. The Indians have tied. Then Jim Thome with a fly ball. Wait a minute. Oh, he made the catch. But Baerga scores the lead run. 10-9. Turn it over to Jose Mesa. Bottom 9, 2 on, 1 out. Mattingly ground ball. Baerga 4 to 6 to 3. If you're scoring at home, the Yankees just gacked. One more look, though, at the play at first base. And this is darn close. The foot is still slightly in the air. I don't know. Tie goes to the runner. Looked at least like a tie, but the Yankees lose the opener 10-9. Mike Stanley, the first Yankee since Reggie in the '77 World Series, as it says in the lower left-hand corner of the screen, to hit 3 in a game. John Wetland, though not the first Yankee reliever to give up 5 in the 9th since 1977. Does the word mean anything to you? Apart from the home runs, this was another remarkable game for Stanley with the bases loaded. His 6th Yankee grand slam.
He's come up with the bases loaded only 42 times in his Yankee career. This year he has 7 hits in 8 trips with the bags full and 20 RBI. Stanley helps you do it. The night game is still in progress, top 9. The Yankees could be in serious, serious trouble despite Strawberry's first home run in the majors in over a year. If they lose this game, they will be 8 games out behind the Red Sox. We will show you the highlights as soon as it is over.
First time in more than a year, Darryl Strawberry hits a major league homer. It's tied at 1. Darryl homers in New York. Darryl takes a curtain call. Top 8-3-2 Indians. Herbert Perry, who scored from second on an infield hit earlier in the game, gives more problems to Sierra. Winfield scores. The Indians sweep. Second game final, 5-2. Yankees have played 2 doubleheaders this year. They've been swept in both. Mesa saves both ends of the doubleheader. Chad O.J. gets the victory. Herbert Perry comes off the bench. 3 hits, 3 runs, an RBI. So I mentioned, Roy, this Yankee stretch, 8 games in 7 days against the Indians and the Red Sox. Not the way you want to start it.
It's a real tough stretch of games for the Yankees. They've got 6 games with Cleveland, 6 with Boston, and 6 with California in the next month. And after losing the doubleheader today, should Boston play 500 ball the rest of the way, the Yanks have to go 32-16 the rest of the way. That's 2 out of every 3 games. Look at it this way. They'd have to win every single series the rest of the year and hope Boston plays under 500 if they're going to catch them. Tough to do.
They have their best pitchers going the next few days, but certainly not a good way to start this 5-game set at the stadium. As baseball tonight continues,
looking to make up
to Buck Showalter not using closer John Wetland to start the 9th, up 4 runs last night, to Mike Stanley sitting game 2 of the double dip after 3 homers in game 1. Folks, they were ready to dump their Yanks today, but a win against AL best Cleveland tonight, and you know, everyone would have been back on board. Highlights at the stadium. Talk radio is going to be buzzing again tomorrow in New York. 6th inning, bases loaded. Oral to Ruben Sierra. All the defensive problems last night atones for them tonight. A grand slam. Check out this guy. Not fancy footwork out there. The Yankees lead 4-1, but in the 8th inning, here comes Cleveland. Manny Ramirez, the New York native, on first. Eddie Murray at the plate against Bob Wickman. A shot to right field. Not Ruben, but Strawberry in right tonight. He can't hang on. Manny Ramirez slows down as Strawberry falls down. Pat Kelly hustling. Tremendous relay. Ramirez out at the plate. It's still a 1-run game. That way in the 9th. Lofton at second. Baerga, the base hit off of John Wetland. Kenny Lofton heading home. Going to beat the throw? Yes, he will. 4-4. We're headed to extra innings. And in the 11th, ex-Yankee Alvaro Espinoza at second. And against Steve Howe, it is Lofton, who's having a tremendous series. He scores Espinoza. The Indians beat the Yankees 5-4. Wetland 0-2, an ERA of 9.5 in his last 4 appearances. The Indians' 3rd straight comeback win over the Yankees in a span of about 28 hours. Baerga a big night. Sierra's slam in the losing cause. The save for Mesa is perfect, folks. 33 of 33, moving up on Beck and Eck in the all-time consecutive saves streak. Mesa getting the job done out of the pen for the 3rd straight game.
Coming up on Baseball Tonight, 2 old friends reunited in Cleveland and exchanged more than pleasantries as the Tribe tries to clinch the division. While Straw stirs up the Yanks offense in the Bronx, David Cohn zeroes in on mowing down the Red Sox. BJ blasts off in Milwaukee, and the fans get wild about beating the Rangers. The Pirates try to bug the Dodgers. Sherritt shoots for 16, but the Rockies have other ideas. The Astros beating on some baseballs for a change. So you keep on chugging. Baseball Tonight steps up next. Hello and welcome, everybody. The Orioles, having just finished celebrating Ripken's record run at home, go to Cleveland and find themselves climbing on another emotional roller coaster. Welcome, I'm Carl Ravitch. The 2 biggest and best stories of '95 collide at the J. The Indians on the verge of clinching a division title for the first time since '54. And of those on the Indians' current roster, only Dave Winfield was alive back then. Cal Ripken was 6 years shy of his first birthday and 28 years away from playing in the first game of the streak that tonight could reach 21-32. Ripken's longtime friend and inspiration, Eddie Murray. Eddie Murray, the only man to have more home runs and RBIs during the streak than Ripken himself. On the hill, Oral Hershiser, Brady Anderson. Can't check on the Hershiser splitter. Oral fan 2 of his first 3 batters. In the bottom of the third, there's Murray with the bases loaded, 2 runs scored, 3-0 Indians. Top of the fourth, Cal, watch this, off his ankle, ouch. He would end up popping to short and then check into the locker room. But come bottom 5, Cal's back at short. The numbers change, 21-3-2. And Hershiser and Murray pay tribute. The tying runs on. Jose Mesa trying to slam the door. It's a pop-up. Jeff Tomei trying to hang on, and he does. And Hargrove knows it. The Twins win at 3-2. They take their first division title ever. Finally, Cleveland makes it back to the postgame as Jim Tomei hangs on to that final. The final score, 3-2 in favor of the Indians. They clinched the division in 123 games. Quickest in history. Finally, indeed. Cal did go 0 for 4 in the game, but the whole story in this one is Cleveland. Eddie Murray, 3 hits, a couple of RBIs. Hershiser, 2 runs on 4 hits, 6 2/3. Mesa picks up his 40th save. So, like Ripken's run, this too was pretty much a foregone conclusion. And like Cal's record, this too brought out a rush of emotion.
For the games, I viewed it as a present to the city more because it was inevitable that we were going to win because of our lead. But the fact that we could do it at home on the first night that we had a chance, and the place is sold out, and all the reporters are ready, and the guys are ready, and the T-shirts are here, and the hats are here. Just it felt like a time. Let's open the gift now. Let's not wait.
And that's only the beginning. We'll keep opening the gifts and hear from more Indians later on. Just 4 years ago, they lost a franchise record 105 games through 123 games. The current Tribe crew has a winning percentage of .699, 5th best. At the top of the list, the 54 Indians. That team won 111 games and was swept by the Giants in the World Series. More on the Tribe a little later. Now, like the Indians, the Red Sox are giving their long-suffering fans plenty to cheer about. We're going to be here for an hour on Saturday. Roy Smalley flying in for the Hour of Power Saturday at 1 a.m. Eastern. It follows Colorado State football. Sunday, we go from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Our Sunday night baseball game, the Yanks and Red Sox. Plenty on the line for the Bombers. They've now won 8 of their last 10. They are 5-2 in September. Nobody has been playing like the Cleveland Indians. 41 years later, they are back in the playoffs. Tonight, they clinched the division title in the Central. John Hart started building this team years ago as he solidified the team by making sure that good guys would be around for a long time, and the good guys have come through. Earlier this season, they go out and get Dave Winfield to hit lefties. Well, they don't need Dave Winfield. He has sat on the bench smiling most of the time. Tonight, Cleveland is smiling.
We can make this a tough part for opposing teams to come in here and win.
And the pitch. High drive, deep center field. Way back. That ball is gone. A grand slam home run. Albert Bell.
The Tribe sock. Watch out for the Tribe in 95.
Paul Sorrento is the hitter. Sorrento lifts one a long way to right field. And the Indians win it.
From Municipal Stadium, the old Mistake by the Lake, to Jacobs Field, September 8th, 1995.
Mason delivers. Little tap up in the air, third base side. Waiting is Tomei. Foul territory, the game is over. And the Indians have won the divisional title. Indian fans have waited 41 years. And now they can really cheer.
The Tribe have come full circle.
We started rebuilding this franchise in 1989, 1990. I think it began with some of the trades we made for our stars of that time, Joe Carter, Tommy Candiotti, Greg Swindell. We began to trade off our veteran players, and we went all with young players, very talented young players. Kenny Lofton came over in a deal.
I'm the guy, this is the speed guy.
Paul Sorrento, Carlos Baerga, Sandy Alomar, Albert Bell, Charlie Nagy, and Jimmy Tomei, and Manny Ramirez have all come through our own system.
Every day I want to be the best, you know. I want to be like Barry Bonds, Frank Thomas, one of those guys, you know.
Comes inside, high fly ball, deep left field. Henderson looks up, the ball is gone.
Making a commitment to play those young players and give them an opportunity to grow, and I think give some stability to this franchise.
For the Tribe, stability equals playing near 700 ball for most of the year, with great memories, such as 25 come-from-behind wins.
He's done it again.
A grand old winner with over 3,000 hits.
In the right field, a base hit. Eddie Murray has done it.
A record-breaking AL closer, and now a division championship, ending 41 years of frustration.
Well, thank you, Stuart Scott. He and Bill Peter will have more on the Indians Central Division winning game on the next edition of Sports Center in 60 minutes. When we come back, we'll also hear more from the Indians as they do celebrate. The last 35 years, they finished no higher than 4th. Tonight, they are numero uno. Ripken sets a record Wednesday night, Thursday a parade, Friday they go to Cleveland, and it's a former Oriole, Eddie Murray, who tonight does the celebrating.
I would really love to see us win this, and then I think this could bypass everything. Just for as long as the city waited for a winner here, and you know, we got to go out there and win a few more series here. And if we can do that, I think this could very easily just top everything.
Everybody worked hard to make this a championship team, and you know, a lot of the older guys, they wanted to win a championship before their career's over, and as young players, we want to win our first championship, so you know, it's worked out for us.
So, check out what could very well be a record-setting season for the Indians. Margins of victory, the Pirates by 27.5. The Indians up now by, I believe, 23, have a very good chance of catching the Pirates and becoming the team with the biggest margin of victory of all time. Updating scores going on right now. The Mariners over the Royals 3-1. They're in the top of the 7th there.
Busted for corking last year, but after his 11th inning home run Tuesday night, his 3rd extra inning spank this year, Bell pointed to his bicep, as if to say the cork is right here. Stuart Scott and Peter Gammons watched the extra inning heroics, and they have more from Cleveland.
After more than 5 hours of baseball, the Cleveland Indians win Game 1 of the postseason. You know, if you just look at the numbers, Cleveland winning their 28th game with the last at-bat, 14-0 in extra innings, you think great game, but that's not even half the story, is it, Peter?
No, it isn't. I mean, it doesn't have the historic significance of the 80 Phillies-Astros playoff game or the Mets-Astros in 86, but this is certainly the most bizarre as well as the longest playoff game ever. And what made it so great is that most of the theater came down to situations involving the great players, Vaughn and Canseco, 0 for 10, and every time around the order, it came back to Albert Bell. Clemens struck him out one time with 2 on. Then Albert got the huge double. Belinda came in and popped him up. And then Albert hit the home run in the 11th. What happens? They ask for the bat. They run away with it, and Albert gives it the, it's my muscle right here. And then you come around. They walk him to set up the bases loaded 1-out situation. And what happens? The most unlikely hero of all. Tony Pena gets a 3-0 pitch. Dong.
Pena against his former team, the Red Sox. You know, in 91 games this year, he only had 5 home runs. This is his 6th.
Well, when it gets this exhausting, I mean, you get a pitcher in a 3-0 count, anybody can hit the ball out of the ballpark, and that's exactly what happened. Zane Smith fell behind, had to come in with a batting practice fastball to keep him in the count. Tony hit it out.
All right, Game 2 later on today, I guess.
Well, I mean, this is a big game. This is the biggest game Eric Hansen's ever pitched in his life. The Red Sox cannot go back to Boston down 0-2 and hope to stay in this playoff. So he's beaten them 3 times. He's won 2 games here in Cleveland. Now, this is the big one.
It'll be Eric Hansen against Oral Hershiser from Cleveland. And for Peter Gammons, I'm Stuart Scott. Now back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, fellas. When the center rolls on, the comeback.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of the crime of murder.
The verdict is in. We'll have reaction and more from Los Angeles. After 1 year and 11 months, we have a baseball postseason. Donnie Baseball had to wait a lot longer than that. Another Yankee pitcher, another finger. Is this the new Mr. October? Rips it deep! Goodbye! Maddox star in the regular season, but these are the playoffs. Rocket Man. I think it's going to be a long, long night. Ramon gets rocked, but with the Reds roll. Last year's hockey playoff MVP is headed west. Super Mario looks ready for the season, and it was a bonus day for rookies in the NBA. Sports Center. We swing for the fences next. And hi again, everyone. Glad you could join us on Sports Center along with Craig Kilborn. I'm Brett Haber. Coming up, a stunning quote from one of these Simpson jurors, but we start on the field with the first day of playoff baseball.
Yes, and the 41-year wait in Cleveland is finally over. When last we saw the Indians in the playoffs, the only current Indian who was even born yet was Dave Winfield, and as fate would have it, on this, his 44th birthday, he could not play because of an injury. That would be the closest thing to a negative the Indians could find about this entire season, as even with the strike, they still managed to put up 100 wins during the year. Game 1, Indians and Red Sox, Central champs against the East champs. Little rain delaying the start. This is Dwayne Hosey on first with John Valentin taking El Perfecto deep. Not El Perfecto on this occasion. 2-run shot, 2-0 Sox. 2 men on then in the 4th. This is Albert Bell. Power against Heat facing Clemens, and this time Heat wins out. Gets him swinging. We go to bottom of 6. Men on the corners. Bell comes back, and this time he crushes it. He has gone to the gap playoff style. Baerga tries to score. The throw is going to beat him, but McFarland can't hold it. We're tied at 2. Next batter, Eddie Murray. Another senior statesman, base knocked to right. Bell scores. They're up 3-2. Top of 8 now. Julian Tavares pitching. Luis Alicea hitting. The ball leaving. Solo shot. We are tied now at 3. There would be another rain delay, and then Tim Nearing comes up. Sends Jim Poole's offering deep into the standing room situation in left. Red Sox up 4-3. Aguilera comes in to close it out. There you see Albert Bell's spot, and he hits it. Not exactly, but a reasonable facsimile. That is gone up and over the wall. They take his bat. Remember, they suspected him of corking, and they busted him last year. He says, I got your cork right here. We're tied at 4. Now, the rain comes down. Aguilera slips on the mound. He would have to leave with a pulled groin muscle, and so we go to 12. Kenny Lofton on first. Omar Vizquel bunting with 2 strikes. Ambitious. They have the play, but look at Alicea. Straddling the bag, not touching it with any part of his body. Safe, safe, safe. That leaves the bases loaded for Eddie Murray, and he grounds out harmlessly. They come home, get the force play. That is heads up. Then with 2 outs, Jim Thome. Zane Smith gets him to bounce to first for the 3rd out. We're tied at 4. That sends us to the 13th with the former Red Sox, Tony Phenia, at the plate. How about this for drama in the first game of the playoffs? Phenia with a 13th inning home run, and the Indians win game 1 5-4. The game lasting 5 hours and 1 minute. That is the longest night game in postseason history ever. 10th time the Indians ended a game this season with a home run. Luis Alicea goes 4 for 5 with a home run. John Valentin 2 for 4 and 2 RBI. Aguilera, who strained his groin on that play slipping off the mound, may be out the rest of this series because of that injury. And what about checking the bat on Albert Bell?
We were prepared for this. It was something our organization was prepared for. Like I said, there was some information and there was some suspicion. And I executed the things that my organization told me.
You know, as far as confiscating the bat, I mean, it's just a desperate effort to try to throw a monkey wrench in our season. You know, you look at the White Sox, what happened to them, they went down the tube. And but, you know, it's a big mental advantage for us. If, you know, every time we play somebody and they're worried about if I'm using cork bats or not, then, you know, it's working to our advantage.
Just those run-of-the-mill heroics for the Cleveland Indians. With the 7th inning and beyond, they are hitting .273 as a team. They now have 49 comeback victories this year. That is amazing. And by the way, they cracked Albert Bell's bat open after the game, and according to our Peter Gammons, they found nothing inside but wood.
After beating Boston in 13 innings, 5-4, AL officials cut open Bell's bat and found bats. Perhaps Kennedy would like to examine Orel Hershiser's arm, which also hurt the Red Sox tonight at Jacobs Field in Game 2. We go to the Jake now. There's the bat in question. Inside, only good wood. And there's the man in question, Albert Bell in left field. First pitch of the ball game, Orel Hershiser, driven to left by Dwayne Hosey. Perhaps there is a problem with the glove. It's dropped there, and Hosey slides in safely to second. But fear not. Very next pitch from Hershiser to John Valentin, grounded to Vizquel. What a great play to first, but Serrano is pulled off the bag, then fires over to third. Thome with the flying tag, and he is out of there. Kevin Kennedy wants to check something. Bottom of 5 in a scoreless game. 2 men out for Vizquel now, and he goes to the gap in right center. Serrano is in. Lofton all the way from first base, and the Indians have the 2-0 lead. And then the Bulldog at work. In the 7th, Mike McFarland watches it. And Orel Hershiser is pumped. He's been in big postseason games before. 2 out, Man on for Mo Vaughn in the 8th, facing Paul Ossenmacher. Got him! That ends the inning, and Mo Vaughn, yes, Mo for 10 in the series. The Indians add a 2-run homer by Eddie Murray in the bottom of the 8th to make the final 4-0. Orel Hershiser 7 in the 3rd, 3 hits, struck out 7. He's 5-0 with a 1.52 ERA and 9 career postseason appearances. And where is Boston's big lumber? Mo and Jose have combined 0 for 20 in 2 games, and Cleveland is 1 win away from a trip to the American League Championship Series. Our Mark Morgan was in Cleveland and has much more.
I'm here with one of several heroes for the Cleveland Indians in Game 2, Omar Vizquel. Omar with a 2-run double in this ball game. This was a big win. You guys, did you feel like this was a must-win for you?
I thought this is the most important game for us, just because we're going to go to Boston and we don't want the series to go 1-1. That means that we have to win 2 out of 3 in Boston, and that was going to be hard for us to do that. But now we got a little bit more confidence. The level of confidence that we have right now is really high, and I think we're going to try to win on Fridays.
You face Tim Wakefield in Game 3 in Boston. What about the knuckleball? It's a tough pitch to hit.
Yeah, it's really tough. You're just going to have to concentrate a lot to try to hit his pitch. I know he's going to be really tough that day, but, you know, in the kind of games that we have been winning here, I think that's going to get us going.
All right, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Omar Vizquel, one of several heroes for the Indians. Orel Hershiser, 7 strikeouts through 7 1/3. The Indians up 2-0. Let's go back to the studio.
All right, thank you, Mark. And in a Game 3 do-or-die for Boston on Friday, it shifts to Fenway Park. Charles Nagy versus Tim Wakefield. And once again, the Red Sox may be without their closer. Rick Aguilera pulled a hamstring last night when slipping on a wet mound to deliver a pitch. Aguilera was not available tonight. His status for Friday is unknown, which could loom large if the Tribe and Sox continue to play it close. Fred?
Off Hansen. Only the 4th hit given up by Hansen on the evening. It proved costly, but Boston hitters didn't help out. 4-0 the final in this one. Hansen 8 innings, 4 hits, 4 earned, 5 Ks. McFarland goes 2 for 3. The bottom line, the Red Sox have dropped their 12th consecutive postseason game. Hershiser, the big star, and following the game, he joined Peter Gammons and Stu Scott for some post-game comments.
Cleveland Indians win Game 2 of the postseason. This man right here, Orel Hershiser, his 5th postseason win of his career. 7 1/3 innings, no runs, 3 hits. Were you in that infamous zone tonight?
Well, I was in it at times. There were a few times out there that it really had a chance to get me. I started, I think, early on. I walked a guy on 4 pitches, might have been Alisea, and had to get Hosey out with 2 outs and bases loaded. And there were a few times where I got a little shaken out there, felt the nerves, but was able to hold on.
Or just watching the reaction of hitters like Vaughn and Canseco, unable to do anything with your sinker, knowing that people are saying that you're throwing like 5 miles an hour harder than you did a year ago. Right. You feel now that you've really come absolutely miles off that operation?
Oh, it's amazing to have your shoulder reconstructed and be able to come back this far and to get the velocity back, which when you have the arm speed, then the movement comes and then the breaking ball's back. And when you can change speeds in the 90-mile-an-hour range back into the 80, into the 70, you've really got a weapon for the hitters, and it's really paid off.
How much confidence do you have pitching when you know you've got guys behind you like Eddie Murray who can deliver like he did with the home run tonight, or Albert Bell with the home run last night? A whole lineup that can deliver. Does that make pitching easier?
Well, it makes it a lot easier, especially in a regular season. Here being the postseason, you're not guaranteed with these short series that they're actually going to hit those balls. You know, it was very tough out there. Hansen pitched outstanding, had a great changeup going. He was spotting his fastball really well, and I just hoped that we got some runs. And we finally got the 2 runs. Omar Vizquel played great defense early on and then came through with the bat later, and Eddie put the topper on it.
Well, is this, all this postseason, all the excitement, is this why you came to Cleveland?
This is it. This is the whole selection process in the 4 or 5 teams that wanted me to come pitch for them after there was no job opportunity in Los Angeles. And to be here after thinking and reading about 7.5 runs a game last year in Cleveland, I said, I got to go see that for myself. And these guys are doing a great job.
I know you guys don't want to see a Game 5, but if you do see a Game 5, will you go?
I guess that's the plan right now. It'll either be Dennis or myself. If Dennis goes in Game 4, then I guess I'll be in 5. And if there's another starter, if they go to the 4th man, maybe Kenny Hill pitch Game 4, then I would probably be in the bullpen for Game 5. So I don't know what it's going to be like.
All right, nice game tonight. Congratulations. That's a story from Jacobsfield. Orel Hershiser wins Game 2, 4-0. For Peter Gammons and the winning pitcher, I'm Stuart Scott. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, guys. I guess Orel was one big reason why Mo Vaughn and Jose Canseco still don't have any hits in this series. You see what they've done during the first 2 games. Mo 0 for 10, Jose 0 for 10, and they've combined to leave 13 men on base.
And the Red Sox are not. If Babe Ruth were alive today, he'd be 100 years old, and he'd still be able to out-hit the middle of Boston's order. Vaughn and Canseco had combined to go 0 for 20, with more than a third of those ending without making contact. The front 4 in the Red Sox lineup, 2 for 37 in the first 2 games, but the one pitcher in this series most likely to produce that kind of futility was on the mound for the Red Sox in what could be their last chance. Tim Wakefield, so brilliant in the first half of the year, who got the Red Sox into first. Jose Canseco, what's he doing with a mitt? He's out in right field for just the second time since 1993, and the first pitch goes out to the bullpen, and Canseco had to smile because he made the grab. Kenny Lofton tested him. Scoreless first, then Jim Thome tees off. Wakefield makes a mistake up high, a 2-run blast, and Cleveland uses the long ball to take a 2-0 lead in the second. Baerga aboard with 2 outs. They're threatening again in the third, and the nemesis of the knuckler gets a little wild. Albert Bell walks him and Eddie Murray. Jim Thome, no mistake, he pitched around him, but the bases were loaded and Baerga scores. The Sox had to come up with some offense for once in this series. Chuck Nagy looking to clinch it for Cleveland. Mo Vaughn continues 0 for 14 in the series. That's 2 in the inning. Then Canseco crushes one, but right at Bell. 0 for 13. The Sox strand 2 more. They get a run. They're down 3-1 in the 4th. 2 aboard, 2 outs. Dwayne Hosey, a bullet knocked down by Sorrento. His stick-to-itiveness pays off. Nagy's there at the bag. Sox strand 2 more, a dozen in the game. 5-1 in the 6th. Rael Cormier comes on in relief of Wakefield. Omar Vizquel, who had a huge 2-run double earlier in this series, knocks in 2 more there. The Indians busted open. And Wakefield and company are staring at elimination. Tribe up 8-2. Ozenmacher on a relief to face the lefty Mike Greenwell. Lazy fly to Bell. And the Indians, who had waited 41 years to get into a postseason, win it easily and sweep out the Red Sox 8-2. They score 7 earned runs with the help of 5 walks from Wakefield, who didn't make it out of the 6th. As I mentioned, Vaughn and Canseco combined 0 for 7 tonight, 0 for 27 in the series. Nice outing for Nagy, who allowed just 1 earned run in 7. And Thome with the 3 RBIs. Baerga had a couple of hits. The Red Sox have now lost 13 straight postseason games, the longest drought in baseball playoff history, but it is approaching the worst skiing in pro sports playoff annals. Only the Blackhawks have been more futile, finally breaking a 16-game postseason slide in 1980 when they beat the Blues. 8-2, Thome providing it with the bat with a 3-run homer. Charles Nagy getting the win. He's won 7 of his last 8 decisions. Our Peter Gammons was in Fenway Park tonight, and Thome did it with a left-handed bat, and Paul Sorrento did a lot with his glove, Peter.
Well, Gary, I think one of the things that we've all seen in this series is how much better the Indians are defensively than they are perceived to be. Paul Sorrento, just talk a little bit about that play that you made off Hosey that really seemed to turn this game around.
I think it was just a big play, and at that part of the game, you know, Chuck had a rough inning, and you know, I just happened to knock the ball down, happened to stick right there for me, and Charlie did a great job covering the bag and happened to get us out of a jam at the time.
Well, I mean, there were a number of plays in this game tonight, defensively. A couple of plays by Kenny Lofton, one by Omar Vizquel. Do you think that this team's defense has been something that has not been appreciated?
I think so. I think a lot of attention has been put on our offense, and I think the keys for us winning the whole year has been our defense and our starting pitching. And you know, it's good to see them guys rise to the occasion with you know, everybody watching us, and it kind of gives us you know, more of a balanced attack where everybody just thinks, you know, we just hit home runs and driving runs, and that's how we win. But I think everybody finally realizing that we have great starting pitching, and they kept us in games the whole year.
And we saw in this series, we saw Dennis Martinez, Orel Hershiser, and Charles Nagy all come out and be very consistent. When you're a good offensive team, how important is it to always have that consistent starting pitching that keeps you in games for 6 or 7 innings?
Well, it gives you an opportunity to win the game, and that's all you really ask of your starting pitchers. And I think that was very evident in the series. You know, Boston was a great hitting team, and you know, they seemed to shut them down, which not too many people did during the course of the year.
It's now 103 victories. Is this a team that is still really driven and motivated to to get rid of all the ghosts of any Cleveland past?
I think so. I think, you know, I think we have a lot of guys that just love to play the game, and everybody goes out and does it every night. You know, we had a lot of questions asked when we were so far ahead in the race that if we were going to become complacent, and the character of our team just won't let that happen. And we know we still got a lot of baseball left, hopefully, and you know, hopefully we can continue winning.
Well, Paul, thanks an awful lot. As someone I know grew up with a lot of ghosts in this ballpark, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to you, Gary.
All right, thanks, Peter. They still don't know who they're going to play. The Mariners stayed alive tonight by beating the Yankees out in Seattle. Now for the Reds.
Here on the hill. They had Jose Canseco playing in right field for only the second time of this season. That should have been an omen. Top of the first, by the way. Kenny Lofton ripped one, and Jose gets a standing ovation just for the heck of it, right? How you doing, big guy? Just give me a bat, please. Bottom of the first, Red Sox runners first and second. Mike Greenwell threw the box off Charles Nagy's leg right to Omar Vizquel. Carlos Baerga for the force. Top two, no score. Jim Thome in slow-mo. It still looks like a crusher. Off Tim Wakefield, two-run shot down the right field line. The Indians have a 2-0 lead. Trouble in Beantown. Top of the third, the Indians still had that 2-0 lead when Tim Wakefield's wheels came off. Walked Albert Bell to put runners at first and second. Then ball forward Eddie Murray to load him up. And then Thome comes to the plate. The knuckler wasn't working at all. Carlos Baerga comes home, and I think at this point even Kevin Kennedy knew the curse was working again. Bottom fourth, 3-1 Indians. Red Sox threaten runners at first and second, two down. Dwayne Hosey down the line. Paul Sorrento, great stop, flips to Nagy for the out. It was that kind of a game. The Indians captured their first playoff series since defeating the Boston Braves 4-2 in the 1948 World Series. And by the way, the Red Sox have now lost a record 13 consecutive postseason games dating back to their win in Game 5 of the '86 World Series. Cleveland beats Boston by an 8-2 score. Jim Thome is the hero in this one with a dinger and 3 RBIs, keying off a big 6th inning. By the way, Mo Vaughn, not only was Mo Vaughn 0 for 14 in this series, but he and Jose Canseco went a combined 0 for 27. The Indians, the broom has been put to work. They win the series 3-0.
Coming into game 3 of the series, Cleveland third baseman Jim Thome in a 1 for 10 slump. Jim, heck of a way to break out of it with a 2-run homer in the second.
Yeah, it felt good, you know, getting a big hit like that in the situation to where, you know, I've struggled in the first 2 games, and to come out and to get on top and kind of, you know, get things going felt good for me. And now, you know, it doesn't matter, you know, where your hit comes in the series. It's how and what point it means to the team, and I think it meant a lot.
A lot of guys say that they have difficulty seeing Tim Wakefield's knuckleball. Could you all see it better than you usually do?
I think the time before when we faced him, his ball was moving a lot more. And I think the rain and the cold weather tonight kind of, you know, his ball wasn't moving as much than the 2 times that we faced him before. And we got good pitches to hit off of him.
You guys have been a very loose, very focused team the whole year. But in the 4th inning, they had 3 straight base hits. They scored a run. Did you guys get antsy out in the field at all?
You know, you could feel the momentum kind of turning their way, and I think the big key of that inning was the play by Sorrento down the line and, you know, making a big play like that. And I think that's just little things that you look at that saves games and keeps you going in postseason.
All right. Either the Yankees or the Mariners. You're hitting just about 200 against the Yankees, better than 300 against the Mariners. Do you have a choice as to who you'd rather play?
It don't matter. Let's just, we're there, and we'll just wait and see who we got to play and focus on them.
All right, Jim, congratulations. Nice series. Appreciate it. Cleveland, they sweep the Red Sox 3-0. The last time Cleveland was in the postseason, they got swept in the 1954 World Series, 4-0.
Coming up on Baseball Tonight, which team can deliver the knockout blow? It's either no Mo or no more playoff games for the Dodgers. Can the Reds continue to dog Tommy's boys? The Braves have Baylor wondering if he'll manage another day. But a sweep may be just out of Atlanta's reach. The big unit tries to save the Mariners season. But Bernie's bomb may leave the M's winless in Seattle. And the Red Sox can't leave any room for error. While some fly balls look like an adventure, others look like a disaster. We'll touch all the bases on Baseball Tonight.
welcome everybody to Baseball Tonight alongside Roy Smalley. I'm Carl Ravitch. Peter Gammons will be with us. So will Dave Campbell a little later on in the show. So they bring out their aces up against it. Randy Johnson goes for the Mariners, and you have Tim Wakefield, the Red Sox knuckleballer, going for Boston. Billy Swift throws for Colorado, and the Dodgers bring out Hideo Nomo. Backs to the wall. You want these guys throwing.
These are the guys you want, absolutely. When you have to have a win, couldn't think of any better pitcher for each team.
Only 3 times has it happened. Has a team come from an 0-2 deficit to come back and win? Interesting story in the Reds game. Marge Schott has the dog inside the dugout. Very important to nuzzle with the players. Well, she does that with Boston. He's on the mound, down 2-0. Jose Canseco playing right field so they can get Jefferson in the DH role. Lofton to right, and Canseco makes a running catch, scoreless after 1, and even he had a smile. Top 2 Indians with a man on, and Jim Tomei. Where it ends up isn't the issue. It's where it crossed that foul pole. It's fair, a 2-run shot, 2-0 Indians. They load him up in the 3rd, and he walks Tomei. Baerga scores 3-1. Sox had runners on 2nd and 3rd in the bottom halfway.
And a huge at-bat here from Mo Vaughn with a 2-0 count. Nagy throws him a great splitter that Vaughn chases, and then is able to lay off the same pitch to go to 3-1. Now watch this splitter go down. 3-2, same pitch. Splitter again, 4 in a row. Big part of the ball game right there, getting Mo Vaughn.
And a big story in the series, Vaughn and Canseco. Nagy hangs a curve, Canseco rips it, and right at Bell. Sox strand a pair. They're down 3-1 in the 4th with 2 on and 2 out. Dwayne Hosey, and this is probably the defensive play of the series, certainly the game. Sorrento stops it, turns, gets the out. The Red Sox strand 2 more. They stranded 12 in the game. Wakefield watching on. It's 8-2 Tribe, 2 outs in the 9th. Ossenmacher to Greenwell to left, and Albert Bell squeezes. The Tribe wins 8-2. They sweep the Red Sox in this game. 8-2 your final score here. Wakefield had been 2-0 with a 3.00 ERA in the postseason, unable to get it done in this game. 11 hits for the Indians. The Red Sox could manage only 7. Their bats were silenced, not only by Nagy, but by Martinez and Hershiser. Also, overlooked the Indians' defense. After the game, Jim Tomei on what Sorrento's glove work meant to the team.
You could feel the momentum kind of turning their way, and I think the big key of that inning was the play by Sorrento down the line and, you know, making a big play like that. And I think that's just little things that you look at that saves games and keeps you going in postseason.
I am the first one to get up and say that I didn't do what I had to do, or what I was supposed to do, or what I had been doing. And that's just the way that I am. And I will continue to be like that because that's the way that I've always been, and look in the mirror when things go wrong, and keep everybody going when things are good. So I take most of this on my shoulders, but I got big shoulders, and I've been through some negative things before, and I'll be where I need to be the next time.
Well, they had been so solid during the regular season, Vaughn, and when Canseco went down, Vaughn stepped up. But in this series, at-bats, 27, no hits, no RBIs, and 9 Ks between them. That's just part of the problem for the Red Sox, who lose 3-0 to the Indians. Now we turn it over to Peter Gammons, who is in Boston. Peter, that's just part of the problem for the Red Sox, but give the Indians credit. They got great pitching, and tonight we saw that they're not that bad a defensive team.
Now, Carl, they've won 103 games for a lot of reasons, not just hitting. The pitching in this series, we've talked all along. They have veteran starting pitchers who are very consistent and keep them in games. Dennis Martinez in game 1, Hershiser, who's really coming now, and then Charles Nagy tonight. They allowed 3 earned runs in 3 starts. Extremely important for them. They pitched very well, and the defense, it was not only the Sorrento play. Lofton made 2 huge plays in center field. First inning, Greenwell hit a ball off Nagy's leg, on which Vizquel made a great play. Vizquel made 1 more great play. I thought in this series the Indians made about 10 outstanding defensive plays, 4 or 5 of which turned the momentum around. I think maybe we have underestimated the defense all along.
Well, Peter, the truth of the matter is the Indians actually had more errors than the Red Sox, but yes, they came up with the plays that maybe you didn't expect them to come up with. As far as the Red Sox go, Kevin Kennedy and the entire team said, okay, if Tim Wakefield can be the Tim Wakefield he was at the beginning of the season, they'd get something done. It wasn't to be, was it?
No, you know, I think we see why it's so difficult for knuckleballers to win in the postseason. We saw the unpredictability I mean, Wakefield had a great knuckleball at times early, striking out Albert Bell, but it was very unpredictable. He was up high with a lot of them. He hung one, Tommy hit it 8 miles down the right field line. And then he breezed through for 2 or 3 innings. All of a sudden, bam, 2 bad pitches. Sereno got his base hit. Alomar gets his ball up and lines the ball into left center. He's out of the game, and the whole shift of the game is turned around. He was brilliant at times, but when he made his mistakes, they absolutely killed him, and it sort of tells you exactly why Wakefield is the only knuckleballer in the last 30 years to win a postseason game.
All right, Peter, thanks very much. We'll get back to you as we look ahead. The Indians are in, and so are the Cincinnati Reds. The potential World Series Battle of Ohio is still set. We will look ahead to what is next for the Indians and the Reds. Brett Boone, he came through tonight for Cincinnati.
He's joining us via satellite from Jacobs Field as the Indians get ready to take on the Seattle Mariners in the American League Championship Series from 86 to 89. Kenny, you were the guard at Arizona, set a school record there for steals. And we were talking back in 88. Remember when Oral Hershiser, who's going to be pitching for you in Game 2, was on his way to his Cy Young and MVP year in the League Championship Series and the World Series. Where were you? Were you watching? Were you thinking about baseball?
Well, yeah, in a way I was, because I had my transistor radio at the U of A football game. I was at the game, and I was basically had my little transistor radio, and it was pretty exciting to hear.
5 baseball games in college. When did the transition for you take place when you said, hey, I'm going to be a Major League Baseball player and not pursue the basketball career?
Well, after my year in '88, I felt that I didn't have the opportunity I wanted to go out there and play, to play basketball the way I wanted to play and show my individual talent. So after that, I said I had to try something else and go back to baseball.
Was it a tough moment for you, a tough decision? Did it happen kind of naturally? Did somebody guide you and say, hey, this is better for you to do?
I think my family always talked about me playing baseball, and they kind of missed me playing baseball. And once basketball didn't work out the way I wanted to, I had to do something else.
Do you ever think back about what it might have been like had you gone on to an NBA career?
I think it's been tough. I'm not that tall, and you got some guys out there that can really play, and I didn't get a chance to do my, to work on my skills like I wanted to.
What basketball skills, if any, Kenny, have helped you with baseball at the Major League level?
I think my baseball skills helped me with the basketball skills, actually.
All right.
Yeah, I think it did with my, with, it's like, say, see-ball, hit ball, hand-eye coordination with baseball is the toughest thing to do. And if I can go from baseball to basketball, it's not that tough to go from the other way around.
Yeah, and we've seen, obviously, your great leaping ability when you've won a Gold Glove before. Let's talk about Mike Hargrove and the way he has handled this team. Expected to win, expected to do well, and you talked about the interesting mix of personalities. How would you describe the way he has managed this team this year?
Basically, he can't really do a whole lot because we have so many personalities, he can't control all of them. I think Mike just basically go out there and just tell us, just go out there and play hard. If you guys go out there and play hard for me, I don't care what you do as long as you play hard.
Were there any difficult moments where Mike had to step in and say, hey, we need to do things this way, or maybe some of the players said, hey, Mike, let's try to do things this way?
I think a couple of times they got out of control, and Mike had to step in and calm us down. But I think a couple of times, like I said, he had to just to settle the guys' attitudes down because it was pretty high and it was really emotional with guys acting pretty wild in the clubhouse and on the planes and everything, in every place.
What were those times?
Espinosa and I think Carlos and Mesa got into it, and Kirby, and those guys, they're just pretty wild, and it's fun to see, but sometimes it gets out of control.
When you say got into it, do you mean in a fun sense, or were they arguing over something?
It's a fun sense, but when you look at it, you think they're, if you look at it from a distance, you think they're really going at it, but they're not, because a lot of guys, we all in a bunch together, and we're going at it, and probably Mike or the other coaches are at a distance, and they hear what's going on, but they don't know what's really going on, and they kind of try to step in, and we like, what are you guys doing? Yeah, it was some fun.
When Mike was on the program, he talked to us and was upset about that Bob Tewksbury quote where he questioned, and I'm paraphrasing, you remember that? The professionalism of the Indians, the way you look in batting practice and when you take infield. What was the team reaction to that?
The team reaction, we had to show Tewksbury that, basically what we do on the field is one thing, but once games start, we go out there and do our job, so it don't matter how we look, as long as we go out there and do our job, and from that, we took a picture of ourselves. We had our shirts on backwards. We had some guys didn't have any shirts on, their hats on backwards. Everybody was doing something different, and we took a picture and we sent it to Tewksbury.
Would you say that was, although in a laughable sense, a bit of a rallying point again for this team and the respect factor?
I think it's a case where people are always trying to keep putting us down. We didn't done our job, you know, to this point, and people always still want to find a reason to put the Indians down.
Yeah, do you see why that's the case, though, Kenny? Because even the Indian fans, for all of those years, it's been more than 4 decades since they've had a winner.
I think the good thing about the city of Cleveland, right now they have a chance to have a winner in Cleveland, and they want to enjoy it as much as possible. And then you got the critics who want to put us down for some odd reason.
Today's practice, how would you describe it? And you were telling us before that you weren't sure last time watching the game. You packed, then you unpacked, and then, you know, so that must have a little bit of an unsettling influence, you know, that you were that close and not knowing that you'd be starting that first game at home.
Well, it was a case where, you know, we was going to practice anyway at the same time, but it's just a case if you was going to practice and leave or practice and go home, and that's the attitude we had.
When you get this close to the series starting, what kind of things go through your mind?
I think the little things, you know, come through mind. You got to do all the little things right to win right now, and you can't make, you know, a lot of mistakes because it, you know, it's going to haunt you in the long run, and that's what we got to worry about.
And would you say that Mike Hargrove has driven home to this team that, all right, even though we have the most wins and we're this far, that we really haven't done anything until we get to the World Series and win that? Is that kind of the focal point at this stage?
I think like you got different steps to, you know, to certain goals, and we took our, you know, 2 or 3 steps here, and now the next step, and you know, the next step is the LCS series, and from there the World Series. So basically we're just going step by step and looking at it that way.
All right, and one final thought, Kenny, on, since you'll at least play, if it goes that far, 3 games at Jacobs Field, what the new ballpark has meant. And when we've had some Indian players on, they've talked about what the old ballpark was like and how that had that kind of losing atmosphere to it. And this is bright, it's shiny, it's the new and improved Indians. But give us a taste of what you feel as a ball player when you're out there and the fans are cheering, especially now when the games are this big.
Well, it's pretty fun because the fans, every time you even make an out or something, they go crazy, and that's pretty exciting. And just like I seen in Seattle last night, every time they made out, it went crazy. But I think Jacobs Field is one of the most exciting fields to play in, just because of the crowd atmosphere and how they react off of different things. And coming from the old stadium, it's a very big difference. The old stadium was pretty wild, it was pretty old, to be honest, and it was kind of nasty. But it was fun to get to a new stadium, and now we're having some fun over here because we feel comfortable being here.
All right, well, good luck in the series and the rest of the way to you and the Indians, Kenny. Thanks for helping us out here on Up Close. We appreciate you joining us.
All right, thanks a lot for having me.
All right, Kenny Lofton, center fielder and leadoff man for the Cleveland Indians, joining us via satellite from Jacobs Field. They'll head on to Seattle for Game 2 on Tuesday. More on Up Close in a moment. Don't go away.